Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to today's Large Municipal Waste Combustor Proposal virtual hearing. And before we begin, just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that cameras remain off and let it is your turn to provide testimony. I will now turn the meeting over to the hearing chair to welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Good morning, and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. EPA is proposing revisions to emission limits for new and existing large municipal waste combustor sources. The proposed amendments, if finalized, would result in an estimated 14,000 tons per year of reductions in regulated pollutants. My name is David Cuzzy, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be chairing the morning session for today's hearing. Thank you again for everyone for attending today's hearing to share your comments on EPA's proposal. This time, I'd like to ask our other EPA panelists to introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Charlene Spells. I'm an engineer with EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Smoke, and I'm an engineer with EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you, panelists. The hearing host will now provide more instructions on the conduct of the hearing.
Great, thank you all. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed action addressing the standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. We are joined today by our court reporter, who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your turn to speak. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen, and we will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn, and let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. If you are speaking today, please rename yourself in the Zoom participants list to match your registered speaker name. This will allow our logistics staff to quickly queue up the next speakers and for assistance chat with attendee support. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you are joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone keypad. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. And please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name, and when your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you'd like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for your proposal through March 25th, 2024. Instructions for submitting comments are on our website. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post reminders about how to submit comments in the chat box through the hearing. The panel is here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until the chair can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. For those of you watching here on YouTube and would like to speak, please email our registration support team. That email address is in the public hearing box on our website and under the YouTube live stream screen. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions. If there are no additional speakers, we may close this session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now let's get started. Our first speaker will be Nancy Sleetor.
Hi. I'm a retired teacher and a grandmother. I live in Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, which is part of the greater Philadelphia region. We have 5 incinerators in our region, including the Covanta incinerator in Chester, which is notorious for its high emissions of dangerous pollutants. Our air quality in this region is worse than the national average, and our asthma rates are higher. As a teacher, I saw firsthand what happens on days when the air quality is bad, and how the air quality impacted children. I saw children who couldn't go outside for recess or physical education because instead they were at the nurse's station taking puffs on their inhalers or breathing into their nebulizers. I saw children who had to be rushed to the emergency room and were labeled code blue, which means the severity of their asthma attacks was life-threatening. In the 21st century, there are many difficult challenges for children to grow up and have a good life. Respiratory illness just adds another level of difficulty. For teachers, parents, and grandparents, the constant stress, strain, and worry and trips to the emergency room and expensive medications really deteriorates the experience of raising our kids and is hard on our families. I know that operating incinerators that are allowed to pollute and run cheaply is probably more profitable for the corporations like Covanta that run those incinerators. But the cost, the unmeasurable cost of families with terrible respiratory health is worse than the loss of revenue. We hear stories about, oh, it's good for the tax base, to let this incinerator run with minimal standards. But I will say that the health of our children is the greatest wealth we have. It's our hope and it's our dream. So whatever financial purported benefits there are from allowing incinerators to operate with minimal standards and restraints, these benefits are not worth it. It's not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Leader. Are there any questions from the panel members? Thank you again for taking time from your day. to provide your testimony.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers will be Ryuna Kang, and David Kronheim.
Hello. Can people hear me? Okay, nice. Good morning. My name is Ryuna, spelled Ryunah, last name Kang. I'm a college student going to Swarthmore College, and I'm here to represent CFER and Circle. CFER is a campus coalition concerning Chester, which is a club on campus working with Circle, a grassroots organization in Chester, working with Zulene to advocate for environmental justice in Chester. So before moving on to my demands or requests, I would like to briefly talk about my connection with Chester. Last summer, I've been working at the farm, the Ruth Bennett Community Farm in Chester, which is located within the public housing unit. And I was farming there, and in my free time, I used to go to Geo Tacos, which is a very delicious taco place in Chester. I used to go to Subaru Stadium to go canvassing when they have soccer plays, to talk about the incinerator, which is right beside there, and talk about how they allege that they are a zero landfill facility, and it is true, but they are sending most of the trash to the incinerator, which is causing a lot of health issues to the Chester residents. And going around Chester, spending a lot of my free time in Chester, I increasingly realized that you can see the smokes from incinerator emanating from the long roof, or the roof. And it makes me really sad that this beautiful city, the city where like I have my friends, I spend most of my time doing good stuff and like have spending time with my friends there, would be remembered as a place that often reminds you about trash or the smokes rather than the beauty and the people who's living there. And so because of my experience regarding that, I want to suggest I want the EPA to higher the standards for pollution in Chester so that this city is no longer remembered as a city of the largest incinerator in the nation, but a beautiful city where people strive to work together and spend good time. So these are some of the concrete requests I'm making. First, please keep the proposed pollution limit at least as strong as proposed and strengthen them where possible. Chester is the largest incinerator in the county, consisting of 6 emission units, while most incinerators have 2 or 3 emission units. The EPA must set limits on a ton per year basis rather than a concentration basis to further protect Chester residents. Second, don't weaken the proposed limits by allowing industry to measure compliance with them over a period of 30 days. Third, set requirements for new pollutants that are already regulated, like PFAS, a relatively new discovered set of toxic chemicals that are in everyday household products. EPA should set pollution limits, but at a very least should require monitoring for PFAS. And third, set sitting requirements to protect communities from new incinerator proposals. The Clean Air Act gives EPA the authority to do this in regulations for incinerators, which is unique and not something that is expressly allowed for other kinds of industries. And lastly, I would like to urge the EPA to update the regulatory requirement, which is over a decade overdue. EPA is required to revisit the adequacy of these pollution standards every 5 years, and it last did this in 2006. So this regulatory update is over a decade overdue. So I hope you consider these and help Chester community be remembered as a beautiful place, not a home for incinerators. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel? There are no questions from other panelists, and I want to thank you for taking time from your day today to join us and provide your testimony.
The next speaker will be David Kronheim.
Hi, Kronheim spelled K-R-O-N like Nancy, H-E-I-M like Mary. Chester City in Delaware County, PA, has the largest incinerator in the country with the fewest pollution control devices. This incinerator is run by Covanta and takes trash hauled by 18-wheel trucks from all over the East Coast as well as Canada and Puerto Rico. Covanta takes trash from areas that have outlawed incineration and burns it in a majority Black, low-income neighborhood, committing environmental genocide. Chester City has asthma rates for children of 38%, which is 5 times the national average. The Covanta plant should be closed by the EPA. This would stop the pollution that Covanta produces directly, along with the pollution from the hundreds of trucks that idle their motors for hours in the streets of Chester daily to bring trash to Covanta and bring out toxic ash from Covanta to landfills. Delaware County had a study done and found it would be cheaper and less polluting for Delaware County to put their trash in a landfill rather than sending it to Covanta to be burnt, which causes pollution of air, water, and land. Covanta's discharge into the Delaware River has included sulfuric acid. Covanta's burning produces 70% as air pollution and 30% as toxic ash. The EPA should outlaw all incineration. Covanta isn't the only polluting industry in Chester's neighborhood. We also have the Delcora sewage waste treatment plant, which burns sewage as it doesn't have enough anaerobic digesters and pools to treat sewage. Its burning of sewage causes air pollution. Delcora has the money to buy enough equipment and space to stop all incineration. The EPA should force Delcora to replace burning with digesters or close them down. 1 mile away from Chester is the Marcus Hook Industrial Complex, which processes natural gas and oil. Chester also has its Kimberly-Clark paper mill as well as other polluters. The EPA should continuously monitor all toxic emissions from all source areas to reduce the total emissions to the community's satisfaction so that there are no more odors from stationary polluters in Chester or Marcus Hook. If you allow Covanta to continue operating, penalties for when Covanta violates pollution limits should be enough to cause Covanta to change their behavior so that pollution operating limits are met. This Covanta plant has violated emissions standards over 300 times. They do not deserve to monitor their own pollution levels. That should be done by the EPA on a continuous and surprise basis. Setting penalties for pollution violations at less than $100,000 has been insufficient to cause a change in behavior. To prevent Covanta from violating standards, the EPA should fine Covanta or Covanta's owner, EQT Corp., the amount needed to force billionaire corporations to change behavior, such as the $787.5 million as Fox News was cited to pay for defaming Dominion voting system. Even at $750 million for each infraction, Covanta couldn't pay enough for the children who have been disabled and died early, primarily from Covanta's pollution. If Covanta or any incinerator violates pollution standards twice, that plant should be shut down permanently by the EPA. Our lives are worth it. Thank you. Questions?
And thank you. And you did mention a Delaware County study. Would you be able to submit that in any written comments or to the docket?
I can look for it. If
All
I
right,
find it, I'll submit it.
All right, we appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the other panelists? Thank you again for taking time for your day to provide your testimony today, Mr. Cronin.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Lisa Arkin and Andrew Burgess.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Arkin, A-R-K-I-N, and I'm joining you from the state of Oregon. In the 2023 legislative session in the state of Oregon, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 488, which provides the structure for a pilot project to test continuous air toxic emissions monitoring technology at Oregon's waste incineration facility named Covanta Marion. We strongly urge the EPA to require continuous emissions monitoring systems, or CEMS, for all incinerators. Gathering accurate emission data is essential to upholding a core principle of environmental justice, which is the community's right to know about the toxic emissions that impact their well-being and their local environment. Requiring continuous emissions monitoring will benefit communities located within the deposition radius of the incinerators, toxic emissions, and those who bear the burden of unknown amounts of heavy metals, dioxins, and acids emitted by these incinerators. Heavy metals, dioxins, and furans are associated with a wide range of adverse health effects, including cancer and various types of reproductive, endocrine, developmental, and immune system impairment. Dioxins and furans are the most toxic chemicals known to science. EPA should follow the direction of Oregon by adopting rules that require CEMS of emitted pollutants, specifically heavy metals, dioxins, furans, PCBs, PFAS, hydrochloric acid, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. These air pollutants require emissions testing because of their ability to harm humans and the environment. Persistent air pollutants such as these can be dispersed over large regions well beyond the local area that's most impacted by incinerator emissions. Prior to the passage of Senate Bill 488, Covanta Marion's toxic pollutant emissions were tested and reported on just once a year. Emissions testing is scheduled in advance, which allows incinerator operators to manage the fuel source, which can significantly change the types and levels of certain hazardous pollutants. Emissions are never reported during startups, shutdowns, and malfunctions when emissions can be very high. This leads to underreporting of the actual real-time and annual quantity of toxic emissions. The value of CEMS technology is to verify long-term patterns of toxic release into the atmosphere. After the alarming findings of high levels of dioxins in eggs of backyard chickens, the Netherlands government performed long-term sampling of incinerator pollution using CEMS. They used AMISA, which stands for Adsorption Method for Sampling of Dioxins. When both short-term and long-term sampling was carried out in the same period, results from the Netherlands show that short-term sampling seriously underestimates actual dioxin levels. Annual short-term sampling cannot be considered representative for real dioxin emissions from incineration during total yearly operating time. Another reason to institute this technology is because it captures the variable fuel sources that are incinerated and the different chemical signatures that are formed. For example, Covanta Marion in Oregon accepts municipal, industrial, and medical waste, which vary in composition and can change hourly. Emissions correlate with the type of waste loaded into burners. For example, plastic waste with high chlorine content, such as PVC, gives higher toxicity equivalency values. CEMS will help air regulators and lawmakers answer the question of what and how much toxic pollution is emitted from waste incineration. This is the best technology to answer that question that the EPA should be asking, namely, are the levels of heavy metals, dioxins, furans, and other pollutants emitted by incinerators dangerous for people and the environment? Requiring...
Your time has come to a conclusion. If you could please finish your remarks.
Great. By adopting these standards, the EPA can serve the public and contribute to the collection of reliable and viable emissions data collection. Please adopt continuous emissions monitoring in your rules.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? You did mention I have a couple of questions regarding the Oregon bill. When was that facility required to have that continuous emissions monitoring system in place?
They were required, yes, they were required to have their plan provided to the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality by December 31st of 2023. They have not yet provided it, so the EPA has, the DEQ has extended that deadline to March and is meeting with them bi-monthly to make sure that plan is submitted in a form that can be accepted.
And is, when they start collecting that data, is that to be made publicly available as well? Is this,
Yes, thank you for that question. The bill requires that the data that is collected be publicly available via a website that is managed by Covanta.
okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
The next speaker is Andrew Burgess.
Hi, everyone. My name's Andrew Burgess. B as in boy, U-R-G-E-S-S. I just want to share some thoughts here. First of all, thank you to the folks of Chester, Pennsylvania, who have brought this issue of the air quality in the courtesy of our local incinerators to the larger public. So thank you for those folks in Chester, Pennsylvania that have been doing outreach on this issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about this. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which puts me in breathing range of the Conshohocken facility on, I guess, close to the IKEA there off of 476. And I also attend soccer games in Chester for the Philadelphia Union. So I'm in range there of the Covanta facility in Chester when I'm playing or watching soccer there. My general thoughts, and I'm certainly no expert in the scientific specifics of the air quality, but as an individual citizen, I want clean air, and I want clean air for everyone, and I want clean air for children. And I think that the harm that's being done to our communities with these incinerators far exceeds any economic, political, social benefit that possibly could be there. So ideally, I would like these incinerators to be closed. If that is not practicable, I am supportive of any measure that will make the air cleaner for our citizens, make it harder for people to burn things that could be better put into landfills. And I'm supportive of any new standards that could be put in place to make these processes cleaner and make our air cleaner. And I am supportive of any measure that would enhance the EPA's authority to regulate our air quality as opposed to allow the industries to do their own monitoring. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Are there no questions? And thank you again for taking time for your day to provide your testimony.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Susan Eastwood and Kevin Spillane.
I'm just 1 second. I thought there were a few more people coming. Okay. Good morning. My name is Susan Eastwood, E-A-S-T-W-O-O-D from Ashford, Connecticut. I'm the chapter chair of Sierra Club Connecticut, but speaking as an individual today. I strongly support the EPA's proposed reductions to many of the regulated pollutants, the closing of loopholes, and the alternative compliance option. But I urge the EPA to go even further and make the new standards truly protective of public health. We can't be satisfied with just less dirty air and with only some toxic chemicals or only in some areas. We want clean air and a healthy, livable environment for all. Connecticut has some of the worst air quality in the country. This is especially true in our cities where asthma rates are soaring. Connecticut is also one of the states most dependent on waste incinerators to manage its growing waste stream after well-meaning legislators closed down the stinking landfills decades ago and built 5 so-called waste-to-energy incinerators around the state. Is it a coincidence that these facilities are major polluters in several environmental justice communities, especially Hartford and Bridgeport? It is no coincidence. These communities have borne the burden of these toxic emissions for decades from this facility and others, and the public health has suffered for it. Citizens have protested these dirty incinerators for years, and recently the Hartford facility closed due to the huge expense to renovate the aging facility. The remaining 4 incinerators are also aging, and I hope stronger emission standards will force their owners to improve safety and lower emissions. Waste incinerator emissions contain many harmful substances, as you've heard, serious threat to public health, causing chronic illness and thousands of premature deaths annually. The EPA estimates the proposed rule will result in billions of dollars of health benefits. However, the EPA should lower the emissions limits further. There's no safe level of many of these toxic chemicals. It's difficult to estimate the health benefits of eliminating the toxic soup of air pollutants emitted from waste incinerators around our state. That would be a priceless thing. Requiring continuous monitoring of emissions and disallowing 30-day averaging would yield more accurate data and close loopholes used to get around the regulations. The EPA could and should regulate other dangerous chemicals in these emissions. I'm particularly concerned about PFAS because of the huge amounts of plastics burned. Here in Connecticut, PFAS has already been found in wells and school drinking water. There are fish advisories for several rivers where testing has taken place, and it's just started testing. The EPA should require monitoring for PFAS in the final rule. The wind waste Putnam Ashford Ash landfill is the last landfill in Connecticut where all of our incinerator waste goes, located in Putnam, a distressed EJ community. It sits on currently 60 acres, but they have recently been approved to expand to another 68 acres to receive the expected ash residue from the incinerators for the next 25 years. Incinerated ash, as you know, is highly toxic, and the incineration of these products just concentrates the toxics in the ash. Many concerned citizens tried to stop or limit this expansion of the landfill, but were unsuccessful. But they did achieve adding monitoring for PFAS to testing requirements. And I think the EPA should do at least that much. Pre-combustion controls would reduce emissions by sorting out materials that emit dangerous toxics when burned, and would reduce the amount of waste to be burned by diverting organic waste to productive uses. This would have the added benefit of less ash and less toxics in the ash to be leaching out. The Bristol incinerator has applied for a permit to burn medical waste in their municipal waste incinerator. If permitted, medical waste could be burned without being regulated under more rigorous EPA standards. The EPA should strengthen language about industrial and medical waste and require incinerators to take increased safety and oversight measures. The revision of these standards is long overdue, so I urge the EPA to make up for lost time by making improvements to strengthen the rule. As noted, we all deserve clean air. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Excuse me. Are there any questions from the panel?
I had a question.
Yes.
You mentioned the landfill is testing for PFAS. Is that in the air, the leachate, or both?
It's definitely in the leachate, because the concern that we did the hearing on, and the process with the Connecticut Deep was to deal with the they were also wanting to permit the release of the waters into the Quinebaug River, which is right next door, and into the wastewater plant of the town of Putnam, which didn't really have, as I understand it, there's no way really to eliminate the PFAS in their current technology. So thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony.
Happy to.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Spillane. Mr. Spillane, are you ready to provide your testimony? Okay, we see you now.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for allowing me to be on this morning. And I'm the executive director of the Onondaga County Resource Recovery Agency in Syracuse, New York. And I'm also a member of the Waste Energy Association. Our organization is a representative of 33 solid waste member municipalities in the Onondaga County region. And we depend on the waste to energy facility that's located within Syracuse, New York. And it processes approximately 361,000 tons of waste annually. And without that incinerator in our community, there is no disposal capacity for a community of over 500,000 folks. And our concern is not in regard to setting some new emission standards. In fact, we applaud the EPA for trying to move ahead with being able to do this. The problem is the way that it's being implemented and the impact that it has on our community. And we would like to see that the EPA actually conduct a residual risk analysis prior to the implementation of these standards. The law that was created for setting the max standards in the first place allowed communities to be able, that were going to be impacted by any changes in the EPA regulations, that there would be a residual risk analysis associated with that. And without that information to determine if these emission standards are even necessary to meet the necessary public health concerns that people were expressing so far this morning, is that, we've kind of putting the cart before the horse. Our community struggles with poverty here in Syracuse. In fact, the city of Syracuse, which according to the Census Bureau and the recent census that was done in 2020, has the second highest percentage of families with an annual income under $10,000. And in fact, this community is the highest poverty rate of any for African-American citizens in the country. People talk about social justice, and I understand that about placing these kinds of facilities in communities that are impoverished. In our community, however, if you put these kinds of standards in place without understanding the impact, the economic impact of our community, and whether these are actually necessary to improve the health of our citizens, the problem is then that these standards are being implemented in a community that can't afford it. One of the things also to keep in mind is that Syracuse is under consideration for the construction of facilities from Micron, which is a microchip company that's going to come in and be able to put 4 microchip plants in our community. It's going to result in over a $16 billion investment in our community. If we aren't able to maintain this facility within our community, it's not about Covanta being able to operate it. They are a contractor to us. We operate this community's benefit for this incinerator, and it's important for us to be able to maintain it. If we don't have this capacity, Micron's not going to be able to make that investment, and our community is going to continue to be severely impoverished. Finally, I would like to state that, we, through the Waste Energy Association, we were able to go down and meet with the EPA in North Carolina in April of last year. We try to get information in regard to what the standards were going to be and what the data that they were using in regard to this. And we feel very strongly that the data is flawed in regard to the information that they're using to make the basis of the changes. And in fact, one of the things that we're very concerned about is that we were told by the EPA that this was pre-decisional, that they were not going to release the information on how they base these decisions. And our concern is the information that's been released so far is not sufficient for us to be able to determine the impact to our community. And we're very concerned in regard to not only what we're going to be able to implement, but how we're going to financially afford it.
Thank you, Mr. Spillane. Are there any questions from the panel? I would just ask that if you mentioned concerns about the data, if your organization has additional data to submit, I'd request that you please submit that to the docket. It would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers will be Vicky Abu-Guillaume and John Holliday.
Hello. My name is Vicky Abu-Guillaume, and my last name is spelled A-B as in boy, O-U-G-H-A-L-I-O-U-M as in Mary. And I'm an organizer for the Buckeye Environmental Network, which is one of the oldest environmental organizations in the state of Ohio. And I've lived in Ohio all my life. Currently, Ohio is being inundated with proposed, existing, and under construction pyrolysis, gasification, plastic to energy, and plastic to plastic facilities. They go by many names. These facilities create known carcinogens in the air pollutants that they emit, and they're a danger to public health. These air pollutants include dioxins and furans, which are carcinogens. And we have 2 plants that are somewhat operating, but I'm here today to express that we are facing the development of 5 additional facilities all around the state. There's no evidence that these facilities benefit communities in any financial way, and residents often do not even receive employment from them. However, the facilities propose to use untested technology to convert plastics to fuel, and they absolutely should be held to stringent emission standards to protect public health. Further, the EPA should restrict the construction of these facilities in the first place, as they're extremely dangerous and prone to explosion. There were 3 of these types of plants that exploded in the last year alone. And there's no safe way to operate them. The future development of these facilities is already putting hundreds of thousands of Ohioans at increased risk of cancer, heart disease, and respiratory illness. Many of these facilities are sited in communities that already face compounding health risks and environmental injustices, in addition to being low income. And just like many of the other speakers today who are opposed to the operation of incinerators and are testifying for stricter standards, communities living near pyrolysis and gasification facilities deserve the same stringent protection and enforcement of air pollutant standards and should be held under these same standards. Pyrolysis and gasification facilities, solvolysis, plastic to energy, plastic to fuel, plastic to plastic, any other plastic incineration technologies should be held to strict performance standards applying to municipal waste combustors, because that is what these technologies do. They burn plastic waste. And I thank you all for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panelists? Thank you again for taking the time from your day to provide your testimony.
Thank you. The next speaker will be John Holliday.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm John Holliday, John Holladay. I'm the Executive Director of the Solid Waste Disposal Authority of the City of Huntsville, Alabama. Our local community authority owns a waste energy facility that will be impacted by these proposed rules. We are a public, not-for-profit corporation chartered by the City of Huntsville. We've chosen waste energy as a solution for our community's non-recyclable waste because we evaluated the science and the range of available solutions. While none of these solutions is perfect, we firmly believe that waste energy is the most sustainable, least environmentally damaging option for disposing of municipal solid waste on the scale required in our community. If EPA and this administration are serious about meeting 2030 climate goals and taking every step we can in the fight against climate change, it is clear that waste energy is the only viable path forward for the foreseeable future. Landfills are the 3rd largest source of methane emissions in the country. Recently, I read about an EPA inspection that concluded landfill methane emission exceedances are even more common than operators have disclosed, and that 2 landfills in Corvallis, Oregon, and King County, Washington, are often producing explosive levels of methane, 20 times higher than the Clean Air Act limit of 500 parts per million. Even ignoring the fire hazards created by these kinds of emissions, the other air emissions created by landfills and the subsurface leaching of chemicals out of landfills pose serious threats to our environment and contribute to climate change. We need to come together to address the real problem, climate change, and its threat to future generations. The proposed rules silence regarding waste energy's climate benefits is perplexing. Of course, we prefer to reuse or recycle everything, but that's just not the reality we live in. Despite our efforts to maximize recycling, much of the municipal solid waste we receive is still non-recyclable. There's very little we can do to change the composition of the waste we receive. As long as non-recyclable materials are made and used, we need to find solutions for what to do with them at the end of their lives. EPA's proposed rules say that the agency anticipates minimal growth in this source category. That should be a cause for concern and not for celebration. Without waste energy growing to replace landfills, the outlook for slowing or stopping climate change is very bleak. Unless and until we eliminate production of non-recyclable waste, good regulation should expand waste to energy's role as a solution for what can't be recycled. From our standpoint, it's difficult for us when we've worked hard to learn the science and make smart choices for our communities and for future generations to see EPA making new regulations without conducting its mandatory residual risk analysis. Like other public authorities that rely on waste energy, Huntsville is not motivated by profit. In fact, many of our programs are heavily subsidized by other operations, including the curbside recycling program, the household hazardous waste program, the green waste grinding program, and the concrete grinding and reuse program. Our priorities are safety of the communities we serve and responsible disposal of our community waste. As EPA goes through this rulemaking process, we hope the agency keeps in mind the importance of waste energy as a tool in fighting climate change. The agency should not make the path to increasing adoption of this technology cost prohibitive for other public agencies. In addition to the spoken remarks, we plan to submit written comments on the proposed rule, either on our own or in conjunction with other local government authorities. We will need more than 60 days, however, to review and respond to the lengthy docket for this rulemaking. We hope the agency will allow us an additional 60 days to review and respond. Thank you. And as always, we welcome further dialogue with EPA over this important subject.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Thank you again, and look forward to receiving your written comments as well.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Nora Nash and Colin Parts. Nora Nash, if you'd like to unmute and provide your testimony now, please. Ms. Nash, are you able to unmute to provide your testimony at this time? Okay, while we work with Ms. Nash to allow her to provide her testimony. Oh, I see you now.
I think I got it now. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
I am so sorry. My computer is not working right now. So I say good morning. I am Sister Nora Nash, N-O-R-A-N-A-S-H, a sister of St. Francis of Philadelphia. I represent my congregation, a community of Franciscan women whose charism calls us to be strong proponents of climate, environmental and racial justice, and the overall common good of society. As a resident of Delaware County, I appreciate this time to address the DEP regarding the large municipal waste proposal. It assures me that the DEP is serious about the numerous failures of large municipal waste facilities, specifically for Chester, the Covanta incinerator. However, before I go forward, references in this proposal related to the impacts on environmental justice communities and human rights norms need to be strengthened. Chester residents have a right to free, prior, and informed consent before these waste facilities continue to operate in environmental justice communities. There is no free, prior, and informed consent by the DEP or the EPA. Why is it that this incinerator continues amid many warnings from the DEP? Has it met the standards that were the source of the last DEP hearing? Did Covanta install the equipment that would reduce the amount of pollutant nitrogen oxides emitted from the facility's 6 waste combustors to meet the new state and federal standards for air pollution? Your document references that these new source performance standards and emission guidelines is a requirement of the 5-year review required by the Clean Air Act and would result in 14,000 tons per year of reduction in regulated pollutants. When will these new standards become operative? How will we know that Covanta is in compliance? It would be very beneficial for the community to see the DEP EPA's last assessment of Covanta's compliance. We urge the DEP to require mandatory continuous monitoring as indicated in the proposed rule. Compliance is a day-to-day operation, and the industry should not be allowed to determine the manner of compliance, especially when it comes to particulate matter. The DEP, the EPA must set limits on tons per year and set requirements for new pollutants such as PFAS. I express my gratitude to the DEP for the hearing and hope for continued open discussion with Chester residents, communities, and individuals on the serious concerns around large municipal waste facilities. I hear nothing about free, prior, and informed consent in today's society. Thank you for considering my testimony. In summary, please protect the environment, especially environmental justice communities. God bless.
Thank you, Sister Rose. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time for your day to provide your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Colin.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Great. Hello, my name is Colin Parts. That's C-O-L-I-N-P-A-R-T as in Thomas S. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice's Community Partnerships Program. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this proposed rule. We will be submitting detailed written comments on the proposed rule, so my comments here will focus on the need for quick and impactful action by EPA, the need for emissions reductions beyond the maximum achievable control technology, or MACT floor, and the need for emissions limits on POM and PCBs, as well as monitoring of PFAS emissions. First, EPA must act quickly to implement the proposed changes during the comment period and finalize a health protective rule. This action is urgent both because of the health impacts faced by communities surrounding large municipal waste combustors, LMWCs, and because this update to the regulations governing these facilities is long overdue. Second, EPA should require LMWCs to achieve greater emissions reductions than simply the MACT floor for pollutants. The pollutants regulated under this standard pose a serious risk to human health, and these emissions disproportionately affect the most vulnerable populations in the US. While Earth Justice supports recalculating MACT floors so that they do not rely solely on state permit limits, EPA should not recalculate these floors using 1995 performance levels. This approach excludes the performance of newer facilities using newer emissions control technologies, essentially lowering the bar for performance and ignoring the progress that has been made in emissions reduction. Further, while we support EPA going beyond the floor for NOx, EPA should also require emissions reductions beyond the MACT floor for other pollutants, such as lead, cadmium, mercury dioxins, particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide. EPA cites cost effectiveness as a reason for not going beyond the floor, but EPA's own data regarding cost effectiveness show that the beyond the floor requirements for particulate emissions, dioxins, and furans, for example, would be more cost effective than EPA's proposed alternative. Meanwhile, for pollutants like sulfur dioxide, EPA ignores the fact that beyond the floor MAC reductions are already being achieved, as indicated by state permits that Earth Justice has reviewed. Third, EPA must impose emissions limits on toxic chemicals like POM and PCBs, and should further require monitoring to impose limits on PFAS emissions. The plain language of the Clean Air Act imposes a mandatory duty on EPA to set emission limits for POM and PCBs, but the proposed rule does not include any emission limits for these hazardous pollutants. The POM that LMWCs emit are carcinogenic and chemically react with other compounds in the atmosphere, resulting in a product even more toxic than the original POM. Meanwhile, PCBs are forever chemicals that cause a range of health issues like various cancers and chronic inflammation. EPA must do its statutory duty and set limits that are protective of human health. Further, EPA should also require monitoring for PFAS emissions with the long-term goal of regulating PFAS. These forever chemicals pose serious health risks like bone diseases, elevated cholesterol, diabetes, thyroid issues, lower immune responses, and various cancers. EPA should use this rulemaking opportunity to gather data on existing emissions of PFAS to support a future rulemaking requiring emissions reduction. EPA's PFAS roadmap shows that the agency has taken many actions to begin addressing PFAS exposures, but its actions regarding air emissions of PFAS lag behind its actions on other methods of exposure. This rule represents a great opportunity for EPA to take long overdue steps to protect communities from the many harmful emissions that come from LMWCs. We ask that EPA takes the actions that we have proposed in conjunction with the protective measures proposed by impacted communities living near incinerators to ensure this rule sufficiently safeguards community health. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time, and we look forward to your written comments.
Thank you.
The next two speakers will be Kristen Oldendorf and Bob Zorba. Ms. Oldendorf, if you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Oldendorf. That's Kristyn Oldendorf. I'm speaking on behalf of the Solid Waste Association of North America, known as SWANA. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today. SWANA is an organization of 10,000 public and private sector professionals committed to advancing from solid waste management to resource management through a shared emphasis on education, advocacy, and research. For more than 60 years, SWANA has been the leading association in the solid waste management field. We serve industry professionals through technical conferences, certifications, publications, and training courses. SWANA's members include the owners and operators of the waste combustors impacted by the proposed regulations, as well as the solid waste departments that currently utilize these facilities. In addition, SWANA's technical division on waste conversion and energy recovery is made up of national subject matter experts in this field. Waste combustion facilities play an important role in a number of integrated waste management systems throughout the country. Many communities depend on this critical infrastructure to process their municipal waste and often to provide a local source of electricity. The proposed changes affect the owners and operators of the facilities, as well as the communities that utilize these facilities and their control over future disposal options and disposal costs. Any increase to disposal costs or the potential closure of a facility would have a regional impact. Each impacted facility will really need to conduct an in-depth technical and economic analysis on how the proposed regulations will affect them. The owners and operators will need to engage with their suppliers, as well as engineering firms, contractors, and vendors. This will take time. Each of the entities that currently use these facilities would also be impacted and will need time to analyze how the impacts would affect their own solid waste management planning. In order to allow sufficient time for all stakeholders to better understand the costs, the timelines, feasibility, and to plan for changes, additional time is requested to review EPA's proposed changes and to prepare comments. SWANA is requesting a 30-day extension to the comment period, which is currently March 25th. We're requesting an extension to April 25th, 2024. And as the EPA moves forward with finalizing and implementing the regulations, SWANA requests to be part of the conversation on behalf of our 10,000 members. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time to provide your testimony.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Bob Zorba.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the EPA this morning. My name is Bob Zorbal, that is Zorbaughh. I'm the CEO of the Lancaster County Solid Waste Management Authority. We are an active member in the local government coalition for renewable energy. Our organization owns 2 waste-to-energy facilities that serve both Lancaster and Dauphin County regions, roughly a population of over 840,000 individuals. Our 2 waste-to-energy plants have a combined processing capacity of over 2,000 tons per day. And these facilities are critical to our local community as they minimize the volume of waste, which would be going into any landfill, thereby reducing the amount of greenfield type land that has to be allocated for landfill construction. Our facilities enhance recycling through ferrous and non-ferrous metal removal. In addition, we also generate over 230,000 megawatts of baseload Tier 2 renewable energy for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Our community has made significant investment in waste energy over the last 30 years to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. This is the most environmentally sound technology for managing MSW that cannot be recycled or repurposed. And this is even noted in EPA's preferred waste hierarchy. You know, waste energy does have a place in waste management. And although we're not claiming it's perfect, it certainly is fulfilling until better technology is developed, a really vital key in managing solid waste generation in the United States. I would note that we are actively reviewing EPA's proposed standards in concert with our industry peers. We have been disappointed that EPA did not conduct a residual risk assessment to determine if there is an adverse effect on human health before significantly lowering the standards. As local governments have competing demands for public health needs, we do want to ensure that money that is spent to upgrade our facilities is the best and highest use for the communities that we serve. We are also requesting an extension of the comment period by 60 days to allow additional time to review the information EPA has put forth, as it is a serious amount of information to sort through and discuss with our peers. And it does have a significant impact on our community. You know, I do find it a little contradicting in preservation of public health and protection of public health, which is a high quality for all of us, that EPA has failed to conduct the CAA required residual risk analysis for large municipal waste combustors. You know, the very purpose of that residual risk analysis is the protection of public health. So I hope you will reconsider completing that analysis. That is the end of my comments.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the panel? Seeing no questions from the panel, I want to thank you again for taking time for your day to provide the testimony.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Darwin Boss.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darwin Boss. I am the last name is B-A-A-S. I'm the Public Works Director for Kent County in Michigan. Kent County operates an integrated materials management system inclusive of waste to energy, material recovery for single stream residential recycling, landfill, transfer station, electronics collection and recycling, and household hazardous waste programs. We are also planning for a future with mixed waste processing and anaerobic digestion. For more than 30 years, Kent County has safely operated our waste to energy facility, preventing more than 5.5 million tons of residential and commercial waste from entering local landfills. On July 10, 2024, the United States Environmental Protection Agency proposed amendments to the MAC standards without any input from local governments. Despite our waste to energy facility operating on average 90% below existing emission standards, we cannot meet the new standards without a complete retrofit of plant emission control systems, which could cost Kent County residents $30 million. Kent County needs more than 60 days to fully analyze how these new standards impact our ability to continue diverting material from landfills and meet our own goals to curb greenhouse gas emissions. We urge the EPA to delay the implementation of any changes to MAC standards until a residual risk analysis is completed and local governments are included in the rulemaking process. Despite significant emission reductions required by prior MAC standards, which are in place today, EPA makes numerous claims about the public health impacts of large municipal waste combustors, even as the EPA has not completed the non-discretionary residual risk analysis. Kent County believes when EPA completes its mandatory residual risk analysis, it will show that no risk remains to the communities in which we operate. The lack of clarity from the EPA regarding its view on the risk remaining to public health and the environment after decades of compliance with MAC standards creates financial uncertainty and chaos for local decision makers. EPA's failure to complete the residual risk analysis deprives Kent County and its residents the information needed to make informed decisions. These proposed rules risk an additional 190,000 tons of municipal solid waste going to landfill annually, increasing greenhouse gas emissions by 190,000 tons CO2 equivalent. The proposed rules also will reduce metal recovery by 3,000 tons annually, are focused entirely on the cost to industry and not to local government, and would cost Kent County residents $30 million. The EPA must first remedy its failure to timely perform a non-discretionary duty under the Clean Air Act by completing its residual risk analysis for large municipal waste combustors. The EPA should provide a 60-day extension on the comment period to give local governments time to analyze the rule revisions and their impacts to our environment and taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the EPA should delay implementing any changes to the MAC standards until a residual risk analysis is completed and local governments are included in the rulemaking process. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking your time to provide those comments and testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Echo Alford. Sorry, Mr. Alford, I had neglected to name you previously, but if you'd like to unmute now, we would like to hear your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Echo Alford. I am the Delaware County Advocacy Coordinator at Clean Air Council, a membership-based environmental health nonprofit with thousands of supporters across Pennsylvania, including Chester residents. For over 50 years, the council has worked to protect and defend everyone's right to a healthy environment. I have also personally lived within 3 miles of the Covanta incinerator in Chester for my entire life. We thank the EPA for taking this critical step to strengthen emissions limits for large municipal waste combustors and urge the EPA to further strengthen the rule and remove illegal exemptions. These new incinerator regulations are urgently needed because harmful emissions from large municipal waste incinerators have devastating impacts on surrounding communities like Chester, Marcus Hook, and Trainer, which bear the brunt of toxic pollution. Our local airshed is plagued by poorly planned and ever-expanding industrial infrastructure, lack of environmental enforcement, and failure to assess cumulative impacts of multiple co-located polluting facilities in and around residential neighborhoods. This failure to safeguard clean air in low-income communities and communities of color is environmental racism and injustice. Covanta is the nation's largest waste incinerator, burning up to 3,510 tons of municipal waste and industrial waste every day. The facility produces around-the-clock emissions accompanied by foul odors. A 2010 study found that 38.5% of children in Chester have asthma, nearly 5 times the national average. Residents also report burning eyes and throats, persistent headaches, nosebleeds, skin irritations, respiratory illnesses, cancers, and a myriad of other physical health impacts that they attribute to poor air quality. This important rule will help provide Chester and other communities with much needed relief by reducing regulated pollutants emissions and removing dangerous startup, shutdown, and malfunction exemptions. However, to protect the residents of Chester and other overburdened communities, the EPA should further strengthen the rules. The EPA should require continuous emissions monitoring for all regulated pollutants. This technology exists, is required in other countries, and would protect local communities from toxic emissions that might otherwise go undetected. EPA could also strengthen the rules to go beyond MACT floors, require pre-combustion controls, and improve safety provisions. And to protect communities from new incinerators, the EPA should set incinerator siting requirements. Furthermore, we also urge the EPA to get rid of illegal exemptions in the LMWC rule. Currently, there is an explosion of proposed dangerous chemical recycling facilities. The largest proposed facility is in Encina in Point Township, PA, where several of our members live. Encina seeks to use extreme heat to break down nearly 1 billion pounds of post-consumer plastic per year into toxic chemicals, including benzene, to sell. Other byproducts will be burned on site. The LMWC New Source Performance Standard explicitly covers pyrolysis units at chemical recycling facilities. However, it exempts pyrolysis units that have an output of over 70% per mass. This exemption, while narrow, is illegal under the Clean Air Act because the Clean Air Act does not give the EPA the discretion to decline to regulate waste combusting facilities. Therefore, to protect communities and comply with the Clean Air Act, the EPA should remove this illegal exemption and clarify that all such facilities must comply with incinerator regulations. We thank the EPA for its critical efforts to reduce toxic emissions from incinerators. Frontline communities like Chester have waited far too long for action, and we urge the EPA to ensure this rule has the strongest protections possible. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony, and we look forward to providing written comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking your time to provide the testimony, and we look forward to receiving your written comments as well.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Melody Reese and Mike Ewall. Melody, when you're ready.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Melody Reese. That's R-E-I-S as in Sam. I'm the Senior Legislative and Regulatory Policy Manager for Moms Clean Air Force. We are an organization dedicated to protecting families from the harmful effects of climate change, air pollution, and toxic chemicals. And while I'm certainly here in that capacity, this is also personal. I live within 1 mile of the Covanta Alexandria Arlington incinerator just outside Washington, D.C. I see its smokestack looming over my neighborhood every day, and I'm here today to urge you to take long-awaited regulatory action to protect families in my community and communities across the nation. For far too long, municipal waste incinerators have been exposing communities like mine to toxic air pollution and unnecessary risk. Strong and up-to-date regulations are urgently needed and are long overdue. Large municipal incinerators, like the one in my backyard, are exposing my community and environmental justice communities across the country to harmful air pollution every day, threatening our health and safety. The majority of these incinerators are located in communities already overburdened with unhealthy air and toxic industrial facilities. For example, the incinerator in my community is located next to an asphalt plant, which can also be a major source of hazardous air pollutants. I first encountered the Covanta facility years ago, shortly after moving to my neighborhood. I was walking through a nearby park and noticed a tall smokestack emitting a large plume of smoke. A cloud of darker smoke was lingering just below, and both columns of smoke were blowing into the park where a group of toddlers were practicing soccer drills, families were picnicking, and people like me were out theoretically getting some fresh air. Also adjoining the park is an elementary school playground. And unsurprisingly, the majority of the student body at that school is made up of low-income students and students of color. Upon returning home, I checked Google Maps to find out more about the source of the smoke and discovered that the smokestack belonged to an incinerator. I was heartened to learn that incinerator emissions are regulated, and then disheartened to learn that the regulations hadn't been updated since 2006. In the nearly 20 years since these standards were last strengthened, many new chemicals have been introduced to the market, and many existing chemicals have been discovered to be more dangerous than we had realized. BPA and PFAS, to name just a couple of high-profile examples. Yet they're all being burned in my neighborhood, next to an elementary school, a park, and an asphalt plant, and in neighborhoods across the country. We're constantly reassured that the incinerators are operating in accordance with regulations, but when the regulations are outdated and are only tracking a handful of the toxic pollutants that are released when you burn trash, that reassurance becomes less reassuring. It's crucial that EPA adopt a comprehensive and enforceable rule that will meaningfully curb harmful emissions and protect human health. I am relying on you to protect my community and communities like mine with strong safeguards. We have waited far too long for these enhanced protections, and I urge you to quickly finalize the strongest possible standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking time for your day to provide your testimony.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Ewell.
Thank you. My name is Mike Ewell with Energy Justice Network. I live in Philadelphia, which is the poorest big city in the country, surrounded by the nation's worst cluster of trash incinerators. There are 5 incinerators surrounding my city, all of which are among the top 7 industrial air polluters in Philadelphia and its 6 surrounding counties. These are major contributors to the fact that Philadelphia area is consistently a top 10 asthma capital, and that the city was once ranked as the #1 large city for cancer incidence. Most of the households I know on my block, including my own, have someone living with cancer. When EPA outlined the options for this regulation back in March of last year, there were low, medium, and high versions. The draft rule picked the weakest option for 8 of the 9 pollutants, all but nitrogen oxides. Yet that NOx standard still allows existing incinerators to be twice as polluting as new incinerators. These regulations need to be more protective regardless of the cost to industry, since the cost of public health is much greater. I was part of the effort with Lisa and others in Oregon that led to the passage of their new law requiring continuous emissions monitoring, which is based on local laws I've written to the same effect. The need for continuous monitoring is underscored by the fact that annual stack tests can severely understate actual emissions. At Covanta Delaware Valley, the largest incinerator in the nation, one of the 5 in my area, hydrochloric acid emissions are continuously tested, and that test data shows their emissions are 62% higher than their annual stack tests indicate. At most incinerators, however, there is no continuous monitoring for hydrochloric acid. The 2 studies I've seen out of Europe on dioxins and furans also show an underestimation, and actual emissions of dioxins, the most toxic chemicals known to science, are 30 to 1,300 times higher than what we think they are in the US when we test for just 6 hours a year. If we regulated motorists the same way we regulate most pollutants from smokestacks in this country, we would let people drive around all year with no speedometer. And once a year, there would be a speed trap set on the highway with signs saying, "Warning, slow down, speed trap ahead." And the brother of the driver would be running the speed trap because the incinerator companies, they get to pick who they pay and who does their testing. This doesn't catch the fact that incinerators are speeding many other days of the year. Covanta, to single them out, they've been busted in the past for manipulating their emissions data. And we know of cases where at multiple plants, they've even manipulated their stack test data by storing waste that they think burn cleaner to use on their annual stack test day. So we need not only continuous monitoring requirements for all regulated pollutants, but enforcement to ensure that games aren't being played because they've rigged those as well. The additional pollutants that should be monitored include PAHs, PCBs, PFAS. Some of these are covered by the new Oregon law. And where the technology is not commercially available to continuously monitor them, which is true for dioxins, furans, and the other ones I just mentioned, Continuous sampling technology should be required, so there's a full picture of what's going on over the course of a year. EPA must also set emissions limits for those pollutants that are continuously monitored, since currently the limits are based on just a short-term test 1 day a year with short averaging times as well. We need to make sure that we have standards that are set for continuous monitoring data without large averaging times so the spikes don't get diluted. Finally, please ensure these regs are implemented much sooner. This plan won't be in effect until 2028 or 2029. And we've already been waiting for over 15 years for these to be in effect. Most facilities only need to spray more chemicals in their existing control devices or match the operations of other burners at the same plant. So it's not a major change they're having to make, and extra time is not warranted while people are being unnecessarily exposed to extra pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewald. Are there any questions from the panel? I would request you mention 2 studies from Europe. If you could submit those in the written comments or to the docket, we'd greatly appreciate that.
Yes, your office already has them from previous correspondence, but I'll be glad to get them to the docket. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Cynthia Palmer.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Palmer. I'm the Senior Analyst for Petrochemicals at Mom's Clean Air Force. I also chair an advisory committee for bicycle transportation in my county. 3 of my bike friends, all athletic, muscular guys, have had triple bypass heart surgery in recent years, and many of my fellow bike commuters carry with them their asthma inhalers. So I'm here to advocate for a strong and enforceable incinerator rule, one that protects children's health as well as the health of my fellow bikers and walkers, the people who opt for the least polluting but most exposed forms of transportation. I live in Arlington, Virginia, and do daily elder care in Fairfax, Virginia, across the county line from the Alexandria-Arlington Covanta incinerator. This Covanta facility is in a census block that is roughly half white and half people of color. The incinerator is located literally across the street from a cluster of athletic facilities: the Chris Collins Dance Studio, the Sport Rock Climbing Center, the Lifestyle Fitness Center, the Scramble Alexandria Indoor Playground, One Way Martial Arts, the DMV Iron Gym, CrossFit, the Primetime Baseball Club, and on the other side, the Armistead Booth, athletic fields, and picnic area. The incinerator is roughly 2/10 of a mile from the Tucker Elementary School and the At Ease Home Daycare. It is good news that EPA is proposing to reduce the dioxins, nitrogen oxides, and other air pollutants from our incinerator and from incinerators across the country. But the proposed rule is still no match for the vast amounts of hazardous air pollution, greenhouse gases, and hazardous wastes produced by these facilities, most of which are sited in EJ communities already overburdened with dirty air from toxic industrial facilities. In the almost 2 decades since the incinerator standards were last updated, municipal trash has become more toxic as the concentration of plastic in the waste has increased. Plastic waste is on track to triple by 2050. Even peeled avocados come sealed in plastic these days. When plastic is burned, it releases particulates, dioxins, heavy metals, PFAS chemicals, and other harmful pollutants. More than 13,000 chemicals are used in plastics production, yet EPA regulates waste incinerators for only 9 pollutants. We urge EPA to expand the list of chemicals that are regulated, including POMs and PCBs. We ask you to monitor and control PFAS chemicals. Researchers are finding that rather than break down all the PFAS, incinerators can release them through the stacks into the surrounding communities. We also ask EPA to add municipal waste combustors, pyrolysis units, and other incinerators to the toxics release inventory. We support the petition from the Energy Justice Network. We are pleased that EPA is proceeding with its rulemaking for large municipal waste incinerators. We are counting on you to finalize the strongest possible standards to protect children, bicycle commuters, and all people from the deadly chemicals released by burning plastic and other wastes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony.
Thank you very much. David Kazi has been chairing this hearing session. We'd like to thank everyone who has shared comments on EPA's proposed action. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message in Zoom to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. If you're watching the hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please email our registration support team. That email address is under the video screen and on our website. At this time, we're going to take a short break for 15 minutes and we'll resume at 12:40 for the conclusion of session 1. Once again, we will rejoin after a short break at 12:40 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for turning after that short break. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers for this session. So this will conclude session 1 of 3 sessions for today. The hearing chair will now read the recess statement. Thank you.
Thank you again. My name is David Cuzzy, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I have been chairing this hearing session. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers for this session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who offered testimony today, and for taking time out of your schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed action to update and strengthen emission standards for HAP that are emitted by large municipal waste combustor facilities. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through March 25th, 2024. Instructions for submitting written comments are available on our website. We will now take a 1-hour recess. The next session will begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you again.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that cameras remain off unless it is your turn to provide testimony. I will now turn the meeting over to the hearing chair, Keith Barnett, to welcome everyone to today's hearing session 2.
Thanks, Shane. Well, welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. EPA is proposing revisions to emission limits for new and existing large municipal waste combustor sources. The proposed amendments, if finalized, would result in an estimated 14,000 tons per year reduction in regulated pollutants. My name is Keith Barnett, and I am the group leader at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be chairing this session for today's hearing. Thank you, everyone, for attending today's hearing to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now, I'd like to ask the other EPA panelists to introduce themselves. So on the panel and would panelist number 2 introduce themselves, please?
Hello, my name is James Matala. I'm a physical scientist at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Hi, my name is Kevin McGinn. I'm also a physical scientist with the EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you, panelists. The hearing host will now provide more instructions for the hearing.
Thank you very much. During today's hearing, we'll take comment on EPA's proposed action addressing the standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. We are joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcripts to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear from you and your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your time to speak. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen and we'll put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn, and let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. If you are speaking today, please rename yourself in the Zoom participant list to match your registered speaker name. This will allow our logistics staff to quickly queue up the next speakers. For assistance, chat with attendee support. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joining via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first name and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name, and when your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through March 25th, 2024. Instructions for submitting comments are on our website. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post reminders about how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. The panel is here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until the chair can confirm that there are no further questions or clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. For those of you watching the hearing on YouTube and would like to speak, please email our registration support team. That email address is in the public hearing box on our website and under the YouTube screen. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions. This is session 2 of the 3 sessions. If there are no additional speakers, we may close this session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Let us get started. Our first 2 speakers will be Erica Berman and Michael Middleton. Erica Berman, if you'd like to provide your testimony now, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, sounds like you can. My name is Erica Berman, ERICA BURMAN. I'm a resident of Delaware County, and I'm also an organizer with CIRCLE, which stands for Chester Residents Concern for Quality Living. Chester City has been historically burdened by polluters for over 30 years, and #1 polluter continues to be Covanta, the largest trash incinerator in the nation. The facility invaded a densely populated, low-income Black and Brown community in 1992 and has been choking out the residents ever since. I've seen firsthand how this facility has led to the degradation of our community, our health, and our well-being. And today we are asking the EPA to enforce the highest pollution standards for this facility to protect local residents that are impacted daily by the pollutants that poison their air quality and health. Covanta is a chronic violator of its air pollution permit and operates with the least pollution controls when compared to other incinerators. The most recent documented violation may have occurred on January 25th of 2023, where a loss of power resulted in complete loss of air pollution control devices, causing an uncontrolled release of NOx, CO, VOCs, particulate matter, and more, with unknown amounts of other pollutants released. This has happened in the past and is beyond unacceptable. Residents have to bear the cumulative brunt of each of these violations. Chester has endured grandfathered emission standards for multiple generations, and EPA's proposed regulations will still allow for lead in concentrations 4 times that of a new incinerator, and mercury and nitrogen oxides at double the concentration of a new incinerator. The new regulations should set a date when the Chester incinerator must meet the same environmental health and safety standards as a new incinerator in another city. Chester City deserves the same as other locations that will receive in hosting a new incinerator. EPA should also set requirements for new pollutants like PFAS, this toxic chemical that we are discovering everywhere and is causing yet to be seen long-term damage. There must be stricter regulations and requirements for this facility, and it must be monitored more frequently. Once a year is immensely insufficient, and we call on EPA to do continuous monitoring of all emissions at this facility. As noted in a recent violation report from the EP, Covanta operates in an environmental justice community. The community has been forced to bear a disproportionate share of adverse environmental impacts resulting from industrial, governmental, and commercial operations or policies, and has not yet had meaningful involvement in development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Please hear the voices from the community today and protect public interest in these new policies. Additionally, the proposed regulations do not consider the cumulative effects of numerous polluters in one place. They treat the Chester incinerator like it's the only source of emissions in Chester. Please set siting requirements to protect EJ communities from new incinerator proposal. Also, to close, this regulatory update is over a decade overdue and should be every 5 years, which is unacceptable and detrimental to the health and environment of our public. Chester and EJ communities deserve the respect of having all of these factors be considered when determining the pollution limits for the largest incinerator in the United States. Thank you for hosting this hearing and for your time.
Thank you, Erica, for your testimony. Do the panelists have any follow-on questions? No? All right. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Michael Middleton.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Barnett and members of the panel. My name is Michael Middleton, spelled Middleton. I am the Executive Director of SB7 Coalition, which is a nonprofit corporation arising out of the development of Port Covington / Baltimore Peninsula development itself. I was raised in the Cherry Hill community in the public housing sector. I was approximately 200 yards away from the Reedbird landfill. We called it at that time the Baltimore City dump. And since that time period, 2 incinerators were placed at the Reedbird project. I had left the Cherry Hill community and came back, and for the last 20 years, I've been working on how to improve the South Baltimore area. The SB7 communities includes Lakeland, Mount Winans, Westport, Cherry Hill, Brooklyn, and Curtis Bay. The Bresco incinerator in Baltimore is our city's single largest source of air pollution. The incinerator pollutes communities that are also overburdened with a concentration of polluting industries. New, stronger limits are long overdue and will help reduce some of the burden of communities facing more than their fair share. We ask you to keep the proposed pollution limits at least as strong as proposed and strengthen them where possible. We ask you to require mandatory continuous monitoring rather than making it an option. The proposed rules require continuous monitoring for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon monoxide. These are the only pollutants for which monitoring is required at the Bresco incinerator. This means that the rest of the pollutants that EPA is required to regulate under the rule, including toxic pollutants like lead and mercury, and health-harming pollutants like particulate matter, are not required to be monitored continuously. For these pollutants, EPA is proposing to allow continuous monitoring as an option for showing compliance with the limit, but not to require the continuous monitoring. Other incinerators, including one in Chester, Pennsylvania, and Montgomery County, Maryland, have continuous monitors for hydrochloric acid emissions, and EPA has acknowledged that it is technically feasible to continuously monitor the other pollutants addressed under the rule. We ask you not to weaken the proposed limits by allowing the incinerator operators to measure compliance with the limits over a period of 30 days, which would weaken the limits. EPA has requested comment on the idea of doing this. We ask you to require incinerator operators to limit or prohibit the organic matter that can be burned to incentivize composting. We ask you to set siting requirements to protect communities from new incinerator proposals. The Federal Clean Air Act gives EPA the authority to do this and regulations for incinerators, which is unique and not something that is expressly allowed for other kinds of industries. We ask you to set requirements for new pollutants that aren't already regulated, like PFAS, a relatively new discovered set of toxic chemicals that are in everyday household products. EPA should EPA should set pollution limits.
Michael,
But-
you're at the end of your time, so if you could please wrap up.
Oh, absolutely. I am 74 years old, and I have COPD. More disturbing is the fact that I have to, on a weekly basis, come out and see vans from Harbor Hospital at our early childhood program in Cherry Hill. These are children from 2 years old to just the second grade being tested for lung diseases, including asthma. I ask you to consider the recommendations and my comments, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you.
All right, Michael, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any additional questions? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Ray Craig and Jane Williams. Ray, if you're ready.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ray Craig, Raycraig, and I'm a resident of Delco and a student in the area. I want to start off by saying I think stronger standards to limit pollution are a great idea, especially for large municipal waste combustors, like the Covanta incinerator. These kinds of limits and regulations have been in order for years and years. As far as I'm aware, this was supposed to happen in the last time this happened was in 2006. So we're in need of more and updated regulations. We need less pollution, as I'm sure everybody here is aware. And as a resident of the area, I think the proposed pollution limits should be at least as strong as proposed and strengthened where possible as much as possible. So some examples of this, and I'm echoing what's been said by previous commenters, some examples of these strengthened protections include that the EPA should set limits on a tons per year basis instead of a concentration basis in terms of waste that gets incinerated. And this would protect Chester residents and residents of the area from the toxins that are released and further improve the regulations on the amount that can be combusted. In addition, continuous monitoring should be mandatory and not optional. I think that's a really important difference because if it's optional, then it won't get done. And so that monitoring should be mandatory. As Erica mentioned, lapses in this monitoring have happened before, and they have great impacts on the health and safety of the community, as well as detrimental impacts on the environment. Please also don't allow the weakening of the proposed limits by letting industry measure compliance with them over a period of 30 days. Again, as I've said, we need these limits to be as strong as possible. So any proposed weakening, anything that would detract from these limits, it can't happen. We need them to be as strong as possible, especially because these new regulations are so long overdue. Furthermore, in terms of stopping the problem from getting worse, siting requirements should also be in place to protect communities like Chester and the Delco area from new incinerator proposals. We don't want any more incinerators. We're already trying to get rid of the ones that we have. Pollution and environmental degradation in Delco are issues we can't let grow any further. They need to be stopped in their tracks and reduced as much as possible. I'd also like to echo the request to see a date for when these restrictions will be met, put in place and enforced transparently with the community. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-on questions? None? Okay. Thanks again.
The next speaker is Jane Williams.
Good morning. At least it's morning here on the West Coast. I'm Jane Williams. I chair the Sierra Club's National Clean Air Team, and I'm the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics. And thank you for the opportunity to testify on the municipal waste combustor rule today. I want to echo the previous comments, my colleagues, and also I'm going to try to talk specifically about the 112C6 listing for municipal waste combustors. So municipal waste combustors were listed as a 112C6 source in a Federal Register notification on April 10th, 1998. And that listing then compels EPA to set standards and reduce pollution for the C6 listed categories. One of those categories is our polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are POMs. So right now, for PFAS, POMs, and PCBs, there are no specified emission limits in this proposed rule. And so we'll be asking EPA in formal comments to set limits on these. Although PFAS compounds were not in the 112C6 listing and they're not a HAP, EPA does have specific authority to limit emissions of perfluorinated compounds. And the reason this is important is because PFAS now are some of the most toxic compounds that we are regulating. And we know that they are added to a number of consumer products, primarily plastics, and that as we increasingly recycle more and more and more waste, like green waste and paper and aluminum and other things, the waste streams that are going into incinerators are primarily becoming more and more and more plastic. So we think it's important to set limits. The agency has recently promulgated a new OTM 50 to look for these compounds in smokestacks. So it's technically feasible for you to measure them and to set limits. I also want to talk about the fact that the vast majority of municipal waste combustion units in the United States are cited right now in environmental justice communities. We have an analysis that we'll put in the record. So I do believe that the agency should be compelled to set siting requirements. New pyrolysis facilities, which are also covered by this rule, and new incinerators are all being proposed for environmental justice communities. And so this is the 129 is the section in the act that does compel and encourages EPA to set siting requirements. And so we just want to bring that up to you. Also, I want to talk about the beauty of pre-combustion controls. As you may know, incinerators are one of the leading sources of lead. EPA did a report back in 1998. It identified municipal waste combustion units as one of the top 10 source categories emitting lead. And it's relatively easy to keep lead out of the combustion stream, especially if you've got a good recycling infrastructure. So we want to make sure that the agency sets the most stringent standard possible for lead and also looks at pre-combustion controls for things like lead and mercury and cadmium that we know are contributing to excess risk. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and look forward to working with staff as the rulemaking process moves forward. Thank you again.
Dan, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? All right. Thank you, Jane.
You're welcome, Keith.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Joyce Bell and Tyler Wood.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. My name is Sister Joyce Bell, SisterJoycebell. I reside at 1725 South Sproul Road in Springfield. I'm a member of the Sister Servants of the Immaculate Heart of Mary and a member of Circle, Chester Residents Concerned for Quality Living. I would like to see the EPA keep the proposed pollution limits as strong as proposed and strengthen them wherever possible. Covanta is the largest incinerator in the country, consisting of 6 emission units, while most incinerators have 2 to 3 emission units. The EPA must set limits on a tons per year basis rather than on a concentration basis. Imagine how many tons per day Covanta is trucking in. Realistically, the more tonnage, the greater the pollution. The EPA has a duty to protect the residents of Chester, and right now people, families, adults, and children are suffering as a result of toxic air quality. I'm asking you to make continuous monitoring of air quality mandatory. The proposed rule requires continuous monitoring for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and carbon monoxide. The Chester incinerator also has a continuous monitor for hydrogen chloride. For other pollutants, which include toxic pollutants like lead and mercury, the EPA is proposing it as an option. I'm asking you to make it a requirement to provide continuous monitoring of these as well. Again, this is for the welfare of the people in Chester. Make compliance with proposed limits mandatory from the start. Do not provide a grace period of 30 days because it weakens the rule. Set requirements for new pollutants that aren't already regulated, like PFAS, a relatively new discovered set of toxic chemicals that are in everyday household products. The EPA should set pollution limits, but at the very least should require monitoring for PFAS. Set siting requirements to protect communities from new incinerator proposals. The Clean Air Act gives the EPA the authority to do this in regulations for incinerators, which is unique and not something that is expressly allowed for other kinds of industries. The EPA is required to revisit the adequacy of these pollution standards every 5 years, and it last did this in 2006. This regulatory update is over a decade overdue. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Joyce. Panelists, do you have any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Our next speaker is Tyler Wood.
Thank you. All right, thank you. My name is Tyler Wood. I'm the I live in Naples, Florida. Florida is kind of the capital of waste incineration for the country. And I happen to be the director of circularity for Gravitas Infinitum and Carbutura. I've been working very closely with the waste management industry for the last couple of years as a member of SWANA, the Solid Waste Association of North America, part of their Sustainable Materials Management Technical Division, as well as our company Carbutura as a member of SWEEP, Solid Waste Environmental Excellence Protocol. And what I've been noticing is basically two choices for municipalities, whether either to burn it or stick it in a hole. And there's no real desire or push right now for anything else. It's been very unfortunate, but I think that there's I'm not here to really complain. I'm actually here and excitedly to talk about the solutions to incineration, because there are solutions and alternatives to incineration. Carbutura was awarded top 50 most innovative companies in the world, and out of 130 countries, and we're deploying globally right now. And there's no incineration in our process of processing waste. There's no flue stack. There's the complete elimination of PFAS and PFOs. And we're creating critical raw and advanced materials that are vital to national security, predominantly graphite. Graphite is, a lot of people are talking about waste to energy or waste to fuel in a market that energy costs are going down and further down. So you want to kind of skate where the puck is going. And so by producing graphite, the United States hasn't produced graphite since the 1950s. And China controls 90% of the anode grade graphite production. And they're restricting the export of anode grade graphite production. And there's about 200 pounds of it in every electric vehicle. So you can't store energy without graphite. And if the United States, what's the national security risk to the United States for not producing graphite at all? So we have billions of dollars to deploy to municipalities that wish to actually become a circular economy, to eliminate waste, eliminate pollution, and eliminate the emissions associated with waste incineration, and create very high-paying jobs because we're essentially a manufacturer and our feedstock is garbage. But a lot of municipalities are stuck with having to just are forced to go with a waste incineration or a landfill, and now they're shipping it through, trains and trucks and all over the place, and they've got nowhere else to go. So I just want to make everybody aware that there is a solution and there is an alternative to landfilling and waste incineration. And we are deploying our services globally with billions of dollars of funding and commitments. And I really thank everybody that spoke today. Their testimony is incredibly valuable, and we can stop waste incineration and the need for it. And I appreciate the opportunity for this hearing.
Tyler, thank you for your testimony. Do the panelists have any questions? Nope. All right, thank you, Tyler.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Thomas Hogan and Will Richan. Thomas, when you're ready to provide your testimony, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Hogan, THOMAS HOGAN. I'm the president of the Waste to Energy Association. It's a national trade association based in Washington, D.C. We represent municipal organizations and partner companies across the United States. Just a few facts and figures on the industry. We safely dispose of 30 million tons of municipal solid waste a year. We generate about 2,500 megawatts of renewable electricity using the most modern combustion technology and emission control technology, which we continue to update as each year. We power about 2.3 million homes from this process, and we employ 6,000 men and women in the waste energy industry. We also avoid about 255 acres per year of new landfilling space, and we also presently recycle about 700,000 tons of metals, which would otherwise just be lost. The industry appreciates the role of regulators in trying to strike a balance between fair rules, citizens, and our municipal leaders who are responsible for disposing of trash every day in their communities, and in conjunction with the businesses that handle this trash. We believe that the best pathway here to get to a fair and accurate rules, which benefits everyone, is to have a science and fact-based approach. We would like to urge the following through on a detailed health risk assessment for all to see, to find out precisely where we are, where the technology is, and how the plants are performing. The health risk assessment, as you've heard earlier today, is through a residual risk analysis. And I would point out that the EPA and the industry did a lot of this hard work during the Obama administration years in working through the residual risk. The results weren't released at that time, and I would urge the best path forward now is to complete and update the residual risk assessment so we can have precise science-based information, and then we can craft the best rules going forward for all. So we're urging the EPA, as we have done by a letter, which trying to encourage for all concerned that a residual risk assessment and an accurate health assessment would benefit the process, the policy, and inform everyone involved the best way we can protect our citizens. We have 6,000 employees working in and around these facilities. Their health and safety, our neighbors, the communities around the facilities are all paramount concern, and we want to make sure that we have accurate science to make good decisions and all collectively do the right thing going forward. We had, on a separate note, the industry had previously asked for the backup documentation as the rule was being developed, and we understand that for legal reasons that wasn't available at the time. It's now becoming available. It's complicated. There's a lot of backup technical material in connection with the rule. Many of our members, the municipal members, the technical folks are also running the facilities, doing a day job in trying to assess and understand these rules and all of the science behind them. So it's time constraints are a concern. And along those lines, we would request respectfully an extension of time for comments, perhaps 30 days or whatever would be appropriate to allow the population of folks who have to really assess and analyze the data behind the proposed rules to digest it, assess it, and understand what it's going to mean.
We understand your request. If you could wrap up, please.
Yeah. So those are the two leave behinds. The association would appreciate residual risk assessment being completed and also an extension of time. We appreciate the time and the effort by all that's gone into this and your effort today, hearing all of our concerns.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Panelists, do you have any questions? No. All right. Thanks again.
The next speaker will be Will Richan.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes,
I hear you.
yes. I am Will Richan, WILLRICHAN. I'm the chairperson of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee of the Chester, Pennsylvania branch of NAACP. Now, as you might imagine, NAACP has many things on its agenda. Environmental justice is a major focus of our local NAACP chapter. Why? First of all, Chester, Pennsylvania is the site of the largest trash incineration operation anywhere in the country. And it's located in a predominantly African-American community, a place where other people's trash comes continually to be incinerated in our community. And we're well aware of the toxic effects of air pollution that constantly comes out of those smokestacks, which we're next to. And this is a personal matter for me. I'm a resident of Chester, and so I'm directly in the path of those fumes. Chester is in total accord with those who have spoken out on the toxic effects of trash incineration and people who are actively trying to eliminate this health hazard in our midst. We welcome the adoption of EPA standards for facilities doing trash incineration. The implementation of those new standards should be as soon as possible. We, for instance, question a 30-day grace period before implementing those standards. And along with the adoption of those standards, we believe the way in which they are administered is crucial. The oversight should not only be continuous, but to the extent feasible, visits to incineration sites by inspectors should be unannounced. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do the panelists have any questions? No? Excuse me. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers will be Douglas Whitehead and Susan Edwards. Mr. Whitehead, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Whitehead. That's spelled DOUGWHITEHEAD. I'm the Solid Waste Director of Lee County, Florida. Our county is a municipal owner of an 1,800 ton per day waste to energy facility. Our organization would like the EPA to extend the comment and consideration period beyond the 60 days allotted. This allows our engineering team to assess the long-term financial and operational impacts of the proposed rule. Given the 10+ years these rules have been in development, and frankly, the little data or insight municipal owners have received to date, we believe this short extension is reasonable. Lee's waste energy plant has been the centerpiece of a fully integrated solid waste system for over 30 years. Our 60 megs of renewable energy powers our 85,000 ton per year recycling facility, our 80,000 ton per year C&D recycling facility, and other buildings and operations on our resource campus. In addition, we also provide electricity to thousands of residents. An additional benefit is that our waste energy plant separates and recycles 22,000 tons per year of iron, steel, copper, and other metals that otherwise would have been landfilled. Most importantly, our waste energy plant diverts 450,000 tons of municipal solid waste per year from landfill disposal. Lee County's recycling diversion rate is one of the highest in the state of Florida, indeed the nation. Any decrease in our waste to energy capacity will ensure more waste goes to landfills with their higher greenhouse gas emissions. If our waste to energy plant closes, there is no other practical option to handle the amount of waste generated in our county other than landfills. Despite proposals and claims, the landfill remains the only alternative option. Sending our tons to landfills would require us to drive an additional 6.1 million miles per year of trucks, with all the risk and all the energy that those miles entail. To be explicit, our waste energy plant, like many other such plants in Florida, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, is cost effective at present, and is the best choice for our community and the environment. Comparative data that is already available publicly shows this. A residual risk review, which we would be glad to participate in, would show that WTE is the best waste management foundation for our communities across the board. This is why WTA is leading landfill alternatives worldwide, particularly in Europe and Japan. We all want to improve the environment for ourselves and our children. A cooperative, data-driven approach is the best method which will help avoid environmental mistakes for our communities that depend upon waste energy. Again, we request that 30-day extension to understand the impact of these new rules, since we and the other municipalities were provided no data review before the January 23rd draft rule issuance in the Federal Register. We must run our own facility tests to understand the environment and cost impacts proposed rules will have on our community and citizens. We need time to understand our possible future. Thank you for your consideration today. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Susan Edwards.
Hello, my name is Susan Edwards, SUSAN-EDWARDS, and I live at 32 College Avenue, Swarthmore, Pennsylvania, just a few miles from the Covanta trash incinerator. I am active with several environmental and environmental justice organizations, Sierra Club and Chester Residents Concerned for Quality Living, among others. And I think because I think it is clear that climate change is an existential threat to human society, not to mention the Earth's animals and plants. I am a grandmother of 2 precious little girls, and I want their future protected. While I am pleased that the EPA is upgrading standards for large trash burning facilities, I have some concerns. I have been on a tour of the Covanta facility, and it impacted me greatly. It pushed me to attempt to buy as little as possible that might end up in the roaring fire there. I buy as many items as I can from secondhand stores, and I limit my purchases of things that come wrapped in plastic and other things like plastic. I support zero waste. I've also spent time in Chester. On one of my visits, a little boy told me that he lives in what he called Stinky Town, which I understood to mean the terrible odors in his neighborhood from all the trucks bringing waste to be burned. I've smelled them myself. If he is lucky, he may not be one of the 30% or more of Chester children who suffer from asthma, an outrageously high incidence of this debilitating disease. There are also reports of high cancer rates in the neighborhoods surrounding the Covanta plant. I have several things to say, and some of them have been said already, so I will try to shorten what I'm saying so you don't hear the same information again. But I hope you will keep the proposed pollution limits at least as strong as proposed or stronger. In particular, lead and mercury, which is the EPA is proposing to have continuous monitoring be optional. And I believe it should be continuous rather than optional. And lead and mercury are deadly chemicals, and area residents deserve to know what is being put into the air they breathe. I also appreciate that, well, I'm shortening this, so it's taken me a minute. It's essential that the EPA require continuous monitoring for particulate matter, 1 hour PM limit. I'm concerned that Covanta evidently was grandfathered in, allowing it to not have the same up-to-date pollution controls that newer plants are required to have. I hope the EPA won't weaken the proposed limits by allowing industry to measure compliance over a period of 30 days. Monitoring should be continuous. I urge the EPA to start making waste incinerators, not just trash incinerators, have to report to the Toxics Release Inventory Database, as they've always been exempt, despite being among the most toxic polluters out there. The Clean Air Act gives the EPA the authority to set siting requirements to protect communities from new incinerator proposals, and I hope you will. These should take cumulative impact into account. Chester has many other polluting industries, and that needs to be part of the equation. Better yet, shift away completely from trash to steam as a way of handling waste. A number of European countries are already backing away from this technology. We need a concerted campaign to get to zero waste, which sounds challenging, but I think it can be done. And I think industry needs to be incentivized to find other ways of packaging material other than plastic and other polluting substances that will end up in the air that we breathe. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you for holding the hearing.
Thank you for your testimony. Excuse me. Do the panelists have any questions? Questions? Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Kevin. Thank you very much for being ready. We are going to take a short 5-minute break before we begin our next round of testimony. So if you could please be ready to return and be ready at 2:55 p.m. in 5 minutes. We thank you very much for your patience. We'll take a 5-minute short break at this time.
Thank you.
So Shane, I don't see Nick. Yep.
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. You look much better dressed than I do.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your patience while we took a short break there. We are now going to reconvene. For this next portion of session 2 for today's public hearing, Nick Swanson will be the chair of the panel going forward. I will give Nick an opportunity to say some opening remarks as we move forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Swanson. I'm the group leader for the Natural Resources Group. I'll be chairing the rest of this session this afternoon. Thank you to everyone who's attending today and here to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now I'd like to ask, I believe you already met our other panelists, so why don't we kick off the next person on the list here? And I believe that is Kevin Barfield. Kevin, you're up.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank the EPA for this opportunity. My name again is Kevin Barfield. I live in Camden City. Camden is according to our new state law, is a overburdened community. I have family and friends who live close to around the Covanta incinerator. And I'm also a member, past president of the Camden County NAACP, community activist for 20 years, and currently I volunteer for Camden for Clean Air. But I'm here today to urge the EPA to take a long-awaited regulatory action to protect my community and communities across the nation. Far too long, municipal waste incinerators have been exposing our communities across the nation to unnecessary risk and far dirtier air, contributing to climate pollution and toxic co-pollutants. This is especially happening in places like my hometown of Camden and Newark. Both have suffered far too long from the placement of toxic facilities in our backyards. The EPA's 2017 national emission data showed 43 industrial air pollutants in Camden County. Covanta incinerator is the #1 air pollutant in the county. This facility has shown that it emits a slew of pollutants and toxics linked to increased risk of cancers, respiratory illness, cardiac arrest, heart attacks, reproductive developments, and neurological problems. This is without the data monitoring measurements of PFAS chemicals. And we also know that the trend in particulate matters are increasing. This long-awaited incinerator regulations are urgently needed and long overdue. Local municipal incinerators are exposing, again, our community to these health disparities. The majority of these industries facilities are archaic and harmful facilities located in environmental justice communities already overburdened with, again, their dirty and air pollutants. This is recently, and personally, I suffer from asthma. And even being around that incinerator, I know it takes me 3 days before I get my breathing together when I'm in that environment. My mother, every year, she has to go to the hospital emergency room because everything that she does at home doesn't work. She always, every year, you can put it down on the mat that she's going to have to go to the hospital to receive treatment. In 2022, it's been a healthy community planning health report that was done in collaboration with the Department of Environmental Protection, the New Jersey Public Health Tracking, and our Department of Health. And it highlights and it compares the community data from cities like Camden County, and the state. It shows the disproportionate health disparities in our city. The public health data shows roughly 1/3 more of disparity than the state average and more than what the county has. And that county has higher numbers. And we're still at least a half to double the rate of public health issues. The asthma rate is 5 times higher in the city of Camden than any part of in the state, to the point where the city had to implement an asthma control plan. Fire reports from the fire department shows biological hazards, investigations, chemical hazard, radiation leaks, and radioactive response. The EPA must adopt a strong and enforcement rule that requires that incinerators curb their deadly emissions. And we give credit to the EPA and this agency for finally taking vital actions to improve the oversight of waste incinerators. And we're hopeful that the proposed rule will provide overburdened community with much needed relief and meaningful improvement in air quality. And again, the proposed rules would be a major reduction for most of the regular pollutants that we know. I know that, again, my time is running, and I would definitely submit more of my comment within the within the written comment, so that way it'd be on the record. But again, I think that for us in this community, there's been a cumulative impact of health disparities in a lot of these Black and brown communities. And for us that's on the ground in the grassroots community, the only protection we have is for our agencies such as the EPA, which plays a role in protecting our communities from
Mr. Barfield, your time has concluded. If you could please
So
finish your
thank you for
testimony.
the time. And again, I will be sending more in my written copy.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a reminder that your oral testimony is being recorded for the docket as well, but we would appreciate your written testimony as well.
Thank you.
James or Kevin, do you have any questions? Thank you, Kevin. Have a nice day. Robert Waltner.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I can only talk about the 4 Covanta plants on Long Island in New York, which we work with them regularly to make sure our environment is as good as it can be. But I also, full disclosure, I was a construction worker. I worked building some of these plants, and I worked when they were in operation. And I understand the dirty, nasty job that they have to perform. Like I said, having worked in them, and but working with the Covanta people, they live in our community. I'm sure that they're doing the best job they can. We've taken several people who have concerns about the plant and wonder what goes on in there, because it's a big mystery. Especially on Long Island, you have to be very transparent. You can't do anything on Long Island without a lot of oversight and a lot of scrutiny. And we take people, we recommend they go there and take a look and see what they have to deal with. And then we have the Covanta people actually come to our community meetings and speak. And some of the things that they say surprise me about trying to reduce some of our waste, which they make money burning our garbage, but we have to, it's kind of a catch-22. We're responsible for generating so much trash, like some of the other people have spoke about, that they, it just doesn't disappear. We have to do something with it. It reminds me of sewer treatment plants that we work with as well. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to know, but something has to be done. And we understand the EPA has to regulate the emissions that come out of those plants. And of course, like I said, on Long Island, we monitor their emission reports, and we have zero problems with Covanta. They're very engaged in the community. When we call them up, if they don't speak to us right then, they call us right back. We meet, we discuss if there are any issues or any concerns. Like I said, they're very engaged in the community all around Long Island, which is a real tough place to navigate when it comes to power plants and battery storage units and places like Covanta. And like I said, we understand everybody's concerns, but it kind of falls back to us to do a better job recycling and reusing, like some of the other people have spoken about. And we appreciate the EPA's concern and efforts, and the industry's efforts that they have to try to manage. It's about making money, and more regulations mean more equipment, and we all know how that circle goes around, and we understand the tough situation you all are in. But for the communities that have to live right around the corner from them, and like I said, on Long Island we have 4 of them, and like I said, they do a great job. We meet with all of the supervisors of the plants regularly. We take tours of all the plants, and Covanta employees actually come out with us and help us clean up certain areas. Like I said, they're very engaged in the community. And I think if we all work together to try to come to a good solution with the industry and with everybody's concerns, I think it'll be a very good thing. And the EPA, unfortunately, you have that tough job, but I'm sure we can work together to figure it out. So thank you for all your concerns and your efforts, and good luck.
Thank you for your testimony, Robert. Do my other panelists have any questions? Thank you. Next up, we have Joseph Kilsheimer and Michelle Pia. You're on deck.
Hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe Kilsheimer. It's JoeKilsheimer. And I'm here today in my capacity as Executive Director of the Florida Waste Energy Coalition. The coalition is made up of 7 local governments in Florida that own, operate, manage, and maintain large-scale waste energy facilities as their dominant method of municipal solid waste disposal. These communities include Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, Lee, Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties, as well as the city of Tampa. I must emphasize at the outset that the Florida communities that employ waste energy for solid waste disposal lie in some of the most densely populated parts of the United States. Taken together, Florida's waste energy communities are home to more than 10.5 million people, representing more than 47% of Florida's 22 million residents. If Florida's waste energy communities were a single state, they'd be the 10th largest state in the United States. Moreover, Florida's waste energy communities host on an annual basis most of the 137 million tourists who visit the Sunshine State every year, leaving behind garbage that our local jurisdictions must deal with. The strength of Florida's tourism economy highlights the fundamental need that we all have for a well-functioning and sound solid waste disposal system, one that meets the environmental and sanitation needs of our communities, and which also operates on a fiscally efficient and responsible basis. Indeed, Florida's waste energy communities on a combined basis generate more than half of Florida's economic output. And for what it's worth, if Florida were a country, it would have the world's 16th largest economy. In short, waste energy is critical infrastructure for both Florida's environment and economy. Another fact that we here in Florida hear about on a regular basis is our heavy influx of new residents. As many as 1,000 people a day move to Florida. And as a result, many of our member jurisdictions in the Waste Energy Coalition are reaching the capacity limits of their existing waste energy facilities, most of which were built 30 and 40 years ago in the 80s and the 90s. I know of as many as 6 different jurisdictions that are contemplating either expansions of existing facilities or construction of new greenfield facilities. As a result of EPA's proposed new rules for solid waste combustors issued on January 11th of this year, these planning efforts have been thrown into doubt and confusion. The solid waste directors that I work for have undertaken initiatives within their respective organizations to A, understand how the new requirements can be implemented, and B, what will the supply chain markets bear in terms of costs, labor, and speed to bring facilities into compliance. None of these answers are known now and will take some time to understand. So in light of that, the Florida Waste Energy Coalition respectfully requests that the EPA extend the public comment period on these rules, on these proposed rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Do my other panelists have any questions for Joe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Michelle Pia. Do we have Michelle Pia present?
All right, we will assist Ms. Pia with her technical experience here on Zoom. In the meantime, we can move ahead to our next 2 speakers, which are Janiyah Robinson and Derek Billups.
Thank you. Janiyah Robinson, you're up next if available.
Well, looks like Ms. Robinson has possibly departed for a moment. Looks like Mr. Billups is prepared and ready to roll.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Derek Billups, DERRICK, BILLUPS. I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Chester. And first, we want to just make sure we're organization has been in the Chester, Pennsylvania community for over 90 years. And obviously, we support the continuous monitoring of air quality and strong limits and the EPA standards. But I also wanted to say that we've had a great working relationship with Covanta in an effort to make the community, at least the community in which we serve here at the Boys and Girls Club, aware of what's happening in their community and the advantages and or disadvantages of what Covanta has to offer. And so we've been able to work with them to provide community programs, sending out information home to parents and families, to be willing to have situations where people can come in to the club to have ask questions, and answer questions for the community. So my working relationship with them has been a good one because, again, we're in the community, and what we want to do is to make sure that everyone in the community, again, at least those who work directly with the Boys and Girls Club of Chester, are aware of what's happening in their community and how they can get the information if they're concerned and any concerns. And so we've had town hall community meetings. And so I'm just here to speak on that obviously things like monitoring air quality and standards and things of that nature obviously are important for any community, and particularly in a community like Chester. But I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that from my experience, that Covanta has used their opportunity to speak to the community and to make sure those that we come in contact with, at least in the city of Chester, that they give out as much information as possible and make themselves available at every chance. And so that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Billups. Do my other panelists have any questions for him? Thank you for your time and testimony. Do we have Michelle Pia available at this point? Okay. Johnny Robinson? All right, well, sit tight for just a moment while we get the next set of folks up.
Appreciate that. Nick, thank you so much. We'll continue to work with Michelle Pia. The next two speakers will be J.V. Valadoyan and Bishop J.L. Carter. J.V., if you're ready.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. I don't know if folks can hear me okay. My name is JV, and I serve as the Frontline Communications Manager with the Ironbound Community Corp Environmental Justice Team. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and I want to start by expressing that we sincerely appreciate your commitment to environmental justice communities through this rule hearing. These rules, if made correctly to include and safeguard overburdened communities like Newark, would align with the core values that we hold on this team. Environmental justice by ensuring that well-being of all people, regardless of race, income, or zip code. While we applaud progress, we have before us a ton of challenges that continue to impact communities like us in Newark. Municipal solid waste incinerators scattered across our nation serve as a symbol of environmental injustice. They're disproportionately located in low-wealth Black and Brown communities. And these incinerators threaten the health of our environment and the well-being of our neighbors. Covanta Essex is the incinerator closest to Newark, located in Newark, and the largest incinerator in New Jersey. It burns over 2,800 tons of trash every day from municipalities outside of Newark, and up to 50% of its trash is being trucked in by the thousands from New York City. Our community has been fighting against this incinerator since its inception, since its proposal, and that means over 30 years. While Covanta all this time has made hundreds and hundreds of air permit violations. While it's distressing that every day we see a huge cloud of smoke overhead in the sky coming from this incinerator, what scares us even more is that sometimes there's pink and purple plume that every once in a while is also coming out and showing up in the sky. It's coming from unregulated medical waste. The pink and purple plumes are tinted because of the burning of iodine and plastic heavy medical materials. And these medical materials release highly toxic pollutants like heavy metals and dioxins into the air, directly endangering the health of our neighbors and loved ones. In our community, 1 out of every 4 children suffers from asthma. That's a rate 3 times higher than the national average. And these children are hospitalized for asthma at a staggering rate of 30 times higher than the national rate. But every statistic is really just a story about a child, a family, and entire communities that grapple with immediate and long-term financial and health repercussions of living next to a facility that continues to operate despite its numerous air permit violations, and despite a complete disregard for the safety and oversight measures to avoid the intentional or sometimes accidental burning of prohibited waste. Inhaling these pollutants can lead to respiratory issues, skin irritation, and medical emergencies. The lives and well-being of our community members, of my neighbors, of my family are at stake. And it's our imperative, our moral imperative, to take a decisive action. We demand stronger regulations for waste incinerators. I know one of the previous commenters said that it's our job just to recycle more. Less than 6% of all recycled materials or recyclable quote unquote materials actually get recycled. And so the responsibility really is on our decision makers, on the facilities themselves, and on these standards. And so the existing loopholes that facilitate the burning of industrial and medical waste without proper oversight must be closed. It's the responsibility of the EPA to fortify its regulations regarding prohibited waste and to ensure that incinerators adhere vigorously to safety protocols. We have to stand in solidarity with communities like the Ironbound, but many communities that are not the Ironbound, but still low wealth Black and Brown communities, because all of us throughout this country have been historically burned by policies and regulations that fall short and fail to protect us. Our voices deserve to be amplified, our concerns deserve to be addressed, and our health needs to be protected. With optimism, I hope to collaborate to ensure that all communities are afforded the same right to clean air. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, JD. Do my other panelists have any follow-up questions? Okay. Thank you. Do we have Bishop J.L. Carter available? You're up next. You're on mute, sir.
There we are. I am Bishop J.L. Carter, J period L period Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R. I live here in Baltimore, Maryland. I pastor a church here as well. I have a background in biology and chemistry, so I have a really strong relationship and appreciation for the science. I've read the reports and studies about the best way to manage waste, and I've watched closely as Baltimore's elected leaders work with Win Waste here in our city, have agreed to invest millions of dollars to make the city waste to energy facility one of the lowest emitting companies in the world. I've also seen a range of data that indicates emissions from modern waste to energy facilities have no meaningful impact of ambient and air quality. I'm concerned about the health and wealth of members of my congregation, but I've taken time out to study the science and the facts. The Federal Clean Air Act requires the EPA to complete a residual risk view before adopting its proposed standards. I want to see the results of the study, and I want to see the science that says my city and Win Waste should invest even more resources on our waste to energy plan. Baltimore, like most of the cities that we've heard about already, have a lot of pressing needs. We have miles in our city alone, we have miles of lead pipes that need to be replaced. We have to take extensive steps to ensure that we have drinking water. Unless there is a scientific study from the EPA that proves more upgrades are necessary at the Win Waste facility here in Baltimore, I want our city to invest our limited resources in other places where it's greatly needed. We do not have a blank check to take care of our needs here in Baltimore. Other cities don't either. The science is clear. that we have to invest more to improve our drinking water, lower transportation impact, and clean up our waterways. So it would be poor public policy, as I see it, and as others see it, to limit our ability to address those issues and instead spend more on something that doesn't impact public or environmental health. I urge you to follow the law and complete the legal mandated residual risk review before adopting these proposed standards. That will allow Baltimore to make more informed choices about where to invest its resources. Thank you.
Double the mute button there. Thank you for your testimony. Do my other panelists have any follow-up questions?
Okay. Thank you so much for hearing my statement.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Michelle Pia.
Hello, my name is Michelle Pilla. That's Michelle Just continue. Okay. We are a nonprofit organization and we serve Camden City schools and families and students. And I'm here to say that Covanta has been a wonderful partner to us. Since the beginning, it's over 4 years now that they come every month to the same school, which is right down the street from their Camden plant, and they help us feed hundreds of families. That's every month. They're very faithful, they're reliable, they're consistent. They're very friendly with all of the clients that come and the students that are there. Even more so, they provide a teacher back to school breakfast to encourage the teachers every year. It's something that we count on and that the school counts on. They've been a great presence in the city, a wonderful partner to us as well. And we work with Brittany Haley, who is the school liaison there at HB Wilson. And it's just been a joy to have them and to be able to count on them. They're very involved in the community at every event that we go to in the city. They're always there. I can always count on seeing Todd Frace and Brittany Haley at all of these events, the cleanup events and just anything that's going on in the city that's positive. In addition to that, even this past year, one of our volunteers that lives in Camden, who was not working, single mother, 4 children, started working with Covanta at our distributions, and they got to know one another, and she was able to apply for a job and was hired by Covanta. And so that has actually been very life-changing for her financially, in just empowering. She loves her job. She loves the people that she works with. I talk to her on a regular basis, and she always has wonderful things to say. So as far as our involvement and our experience with Covanta, it's been a very positive experience to partner with them. And it's been positive for the city to have them there, just always being a reliable partner on every front. So that's all I have to say. I thank you for your time and letting us speak on behalf of Covanta today.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 2 speakers will be Neil Carmen and Kiki Velasquez. Neil, when you're ready to provide your testimony, please go ahead. We are not hearing your audio. Are you muted on your audio source? Okay, we will come back around to you. We'll move you to a spot where we can work on some of the technical aspects for a minute. And then in the meantime, we will move ahead with Kiki Velasquez.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Kiki Velasquez. That's Kiki, last name Velasquez. As I stated, my name is Kiki Velasquez, and I'm the operations manager and mentor for the Community Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Community Foundation strives to change lives and create future leaders in our Tulsa community. We do this by showing love, teaching life skills, and building healthy minds and bodies. We have had a relationship with Covanta Tulsa. It's been less than a year, but just in this short time, they have been a wonderful, wonderful community partner and neighbor. Ever since they walked through the doors, Taylor and Tommy have continued to work in our corner. They're always willing to volunteer and help with the children. I would like to point out that around Christmas time, they so graciously attended one of our Christmas parties and donated 100 Walmart gift cards for the children. And I've never seen our kids so happy. There were smiles on all the parents' faces, and we even had some tears. For a lot of the parents, that was their Christmas. So they were so very thankful. As I said, they always greet us with open arms. They're dependable. They have been consistent in helping and volunteering. I can't say enough about them. And I look forward to our relationship in the future. And so on behalf of the Community Foundation, I just want to say thank you so much for your kindness.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Carolyn Tillery.
Hello, can you see me? Hi.
We can
My
see
name is-
and hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carolyn Tillery, and I live in Chester, Pennsylvania. I'm also part of Sequel Chester Residents for Quality Living. I actually wanted to get on Alexa End. I wanted to talk about, I noticed while you were talking, the beautiful backgrounds that you had chosen at the representatives. There's beautiful skies and there's there's vegetation going on. And that's exactly what we want in our community. We want to look up in our skies and see the beautiful blue skies, and we want to see the green growing. But that's not what's going on in our community. It's a lot of pollution and there's a lot of bad smells. I moved in Chester about over 20 years ago, and I had been suffering with asthma and lung diseases ever since. It robbed me of my job, my finances, and now my grandchildren are born here and they're going through the same thing. And what I'm asking is this, to be the voice of consciousness. You've already deemed that the old way of running these plants are not good. That's why you have a new standard. So what would be the reason to give the old companies more access for pollution when they can go to this new standards that you're requiring everybody else to do? It's not going to be beneficial to the people breathing the air if you allow them to lower the standard just to keep their plant alive, but all of the new plants must meet the new criteria. This whole world is moving forward in technology and different ways to do things better. We always are forced to get rid of things that are obsolete, whether we like them or not. And I don't think that the plants should be any different than what the standards that you hold everybody else to. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn, for your testimony. Do my other panelists have any follow-up questions for Carolyn? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neil Carmen, I see that you are back with us. Are you able to provide your testimony at this time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Neil Carman, Neilcarman. I worked with the Lone Star chapter of the Sierra Club in Texas. And before that, I worked with the state of Texas on all kinds of industrial facilities, including incinerators. Besides Texas, I do network with a lot of communities across the country because of my regulatory background. And so I've got significant concerns that I hear from communities in Texas and across the nation about emissions like hydrogen chloride from the burning of the chlorinated plastics. And hydrogen chloride is a very toxic gas. It's a very harmful to the respiratory system and the lungs. It's an acid gas, but it's not the only acid gas. There's also sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. So these acid gases are very, very harmful to the whole respiratory system, and they're probably carrying some PM 2.5 soot particles in with them and some other toxics. So I do, commend EPA for wanting to, to propose a more stringent set of stack emission standards for these large municipal waste incinerators and combustors. But I would encourage EPA, for example, to require stack continuous emission monitoring systems. Industrial plants today have lots and lots of these for SO2 and NOx and CO and so forth. But the technology has long existed, and EPA should be requiring stack CEMs in all these big municipal waste combustors. I also would like to see EPA go beyond the MAC floor for pollutants like lead and cadmium and mercury, soot, and sulfur dioxide, as well as dioxins. These are highly toxic substances. And I think that EPA could, propose a better MAC rule because it's going to be a long time before EPA will get around to revising this particular MAC rule for these incinerators. So I think that EPA could, propose a stronger beyond the MAC floor for these large waste combustors. I also think that EPA should require some type of monitoring for the polyfluorinated compounds, the PFAS, because they're being found everywhere. And these need to be, monitored better. Another concern is that EPA could require some type of pre-sorting of plastics to try to reduce, any kind of metals with lead or mercury in them. And also the chlorinated plastics are a huge problem because if they don't burn, then you've got the hydrogen chloride gas, and the acid gases are listed in the permits for these plants. And if there's no HCl monitor on the stack, there's no way to confirm or verify what the stack emission rates actually are. And doing a once or a year stack test or every few years is totally inadequate if EPA wants to protect the public health in these communities. So like I said, I hear about a lot of these hydrogen chloride emissions from these incinerators. And I think it's a problem across the country because there's so many people that live in these incinerator communities. So anyway, thank you very much. And please try to adopt a stronger rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Do my fellow panelists have any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ron McCray. Mr. McCray, I believe you're on the phone. If you press *6 on your handset, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ron McCray, Ronald McCray, MC C-R-A-Y, 840 East Hazelwood Avenue, Rahway, New Jersey. And I am right behind Covanta. And I like to say this, and I want to be straight up and honest. I look at the responsibility across the board, whether it's the EPA, whether it's Covanta, whether it's the DEP, even the city, local officials, the county, as well as the residents. Here's some of the facts that I had to do myself. Number one, we protested, former president of the NAACP in Rahway, as well as the former chairperson for the environmental justice for the NAACP on the state of New Jersey. For 30-something years, from 1993, before Covanta went up, we was out there protesting. 1994 when it went up. From that point until 2018, I caught and residents caught havoc from the smell, the noise, constantly. These are facts. 24/7, almost round the clock. It wasn't until 2018 when I was able to catch up with the Covanta, the county, who hosts their monthly meetings, which they do not advertise to the community as a whole to allow them to come out and speak. So finally, at that time, I was able to meet Jack Bernardino, one of the managers, district managers. At that time, latter part of 2018, we established a relationship. Him, myself, and a councilperson, as well as Gilberto and another gentleman who went up to Boston. Here is the issues as a whole. And when I say across the board, everyone is responsible. Again, I had reached out to EPA on numerous occasions. I was able to have a conference call. This is back in 2018, early part of 2018. And the gentleman said, did I see any ashes? I said, no, but it has nothing to do with smelling. At that time, you sent me over 400 pages of documentation. I extracted what was important at that time, which is something like 200 pages. Then narrowed down to the air, the quality of air, and if there's any indications or concerns from the community, there's a responsibility. Each and every time I called over there, I got a response and the support. I don't work for, but I work with, as a community activist with Covanta now. We established a relationship, and they have done, and matter of fact, at that time, Joe had found the problem in 2 days that previous manager, Alan Hollison, refused to address, and it was just the door, because as the air comes through the building, it was taking ash into the community. Now, I also found out, had in the presentation, PFAS. This was just a few years ago. I found out that PFAS been in the product, over 90% of product that we utilize and eat from each and every day since the 40s. If you want to talk about the PFAS, go back to the oil company who put that stuff inside your products. The thing is, with Covanta, you can get rid of Covanta, but it's not going to change anything if the mindset of EPA, DEP, elected officials, and the community do not host and take care of your own trash. Trash on the
Mr.
ground.
McCray, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, you can shut down the incinerators or whatever case may be, but if everyone is not held accountable for their responsibility, it's not going to change. It's not going to change a thing. So again, I'm not putting all this on EPA. I agree that you are responsible to a certain point to make sure the regulation, but everyone else is equally responsible. I've been down to Chester, PA. I saw the community, and I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to get into it. They know. So again, for each and every person, before you hold somebody else accountable, look at yourselves to hold yourself accountable as to what you're doing with the trash in the community.
Thank you, Mr. McCray, for your testimony. Do my fellow panelists have any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, very much. At this time, we don't have any other currently registered speakers in attendance at this time. We will take a short 10-minute break and return at 3:52 to see if any other pre-registered attendees have joined or if we get any requests for other registrations. If you're watching here in Zoom, you can chat Zoom attendee support to see how to register, or if you are attending live via the YouTube live stream, please look in the information box underneath the live stream panel, and the email in there will allow you to email us to see if we can get you registered and provide your testimony here in this final a few minutes of session 2. So we will return at 3:52 after a short 10-minute break. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience while we took a short break. At this time, there are no additional speakers registered or who have indicated they would like to speak in the last 10 minutes. For those joining on Zoom, if you would like to speak, please either raise your hand or you can chat attendee support and we will get you in the queue. If you're watching the hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please use the email address to let us know, which is in the information box under the live stream area on the YouTube page. For the next 5 minutes, the panel will remain here, but off camera while we wait for any additional or potential speakers. So we will be here for 5 minutes, and if no additional speakers arrive at that time, we will recess until session 3 at 5 p.m. So once again, if you need anything, please chat attendee support, and we'll be here for another 5 minutes while we wait for any potential speakers. Thank you.
It looks like Mike DeRocher has his hand up.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeRocher, if you would like to provide your testimony, please go ahead this time.
So I was registered for the next session, but I was willing to speak now if you're available.
I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay. All right, so thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mike DeRocher. I'm speaking here today in my capacity as the City of Tampa Solid Waste Program Manager for the McKay Bay Waste Energy Facility. Let me start by stating the City of Tampa has not had enough time to evaluate the extent of the potential impacts of the proposed rules, standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources, large municipal waste combustors. Consequently, we respectfully request the EPA extend the deadline to submit public comments on it to April 25, 2024. The City of Tampa owns and operates
and maintains the 4-unit, 1,000 ton per day waste energy facility as its primary means of municipal solid waste disposal. Since 1985, the McKay Bay Waste Energy Complex has provided a reliable, environmentally conscious method of managing the city of Tampa's municipal solid waste generated by the citizens, visitors, as well as surrounding industries and businesses. So additional information regarding the city of Tampa. It's the 3rd largest city in Florida and the 53rd largest city in the United States. The city is part of Tampa Bay metropolitan area, which has an estimated population of 3.1 million people. Tampa's waste energy complex provides a sustainable method of solid waste management for a city facing common challenges associated with a populous city, such as continued population growth, business growth, and development with very limited space to accommodate it. In total, the city serves 91,000 solid waste customers, of which 10,000 are commercial, 81,000 are residential. The city's waste energy facility plays a key role in supporting the city's recycling and community engagement programs. The city of Tampa uses a multifaceted waste management approach rooted in public outreach to encourage and implement waste reduction, reuse, and recycling strategies. On average, city garbage bins contain 30% trash, 50% compostable, and 20% recyclables. To divert compostables from waste stream, the city runs a backyard composting program, provides residents with a compost education workshop, and free backyard composting bin. The city's Spring It Forward initiative informs and encourages residents to repurpose and donate their unwanted items rather than dispose of them to decrease the quantity of waste disposed of in the city during the spring cleaning season. The city also launched Tampa Trash and Recycling app, which provides the community with easy access and real-time guidance on proper disposal, recycling, and reuse options. The city is currently planning a waste reduction study, the outcome of which is expected to determine what compostables and recyclables in the city's waste stream can be diverted and target communities to manage those waste streams with different waste management strategies. Additionally, the city's waste energy facility provides a key role in supporting the city's recycling and community engagement programs through public outreach events, tours with students, businesses, and regulatory agencies. Regarding the waste energy service and benefit of having a waste energy facility, the USDA regulated waste disposes at our facility for the Tampa Port Authority and the Tampa International Airport, both of which are cornerstones of the Tampa and Tampa Bay area economies. The waste energy facility supports various government agencies, U.S. Customs, local and regional law enforcement to safely destroy medication, narcotics, and various types of contraband. Operating under a base-loaded scenario, operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the energy produced by the waste energy facility creates enough electrical power to supply electrical needs for up to 15,000 homes per month. We also,
Mr. DeRocher, that's your time. If you could please complete your testimony.
okay. Let's see. We are still investigating and obtaining the means and methods promulgated by the EPA for setting the new permit limits, ensure the intent will allow us to continue operating our waste energy facility. The new rules will directly impact the solid waste management activities that occur at the McKay Bay complex by affecting operational financial components. At a minimal, proposal would require alteration, retrofitting of APC equipment, utilizing additional manpower, reagents, and disposal costs. So in closing, the city's dedicated to building a stronger, sustainable, equitable, and resilient Tampa, actively supports waste reduction, recycling, as well as public outreach. The waste energy facility provides the city with opportunity to decrease its reliance on landfilling for waste disposal and generate revenue from post-combustion metals. Properly maintained waste energy facilities such as the city of Tampa's facility effectively manages waste, decreases greenhouse gases, and provides economic and environmental benefit to their communities. If the city's waste energy facility would cease operations, the result of the community would be increased environmental impacts, lost benefits to residents and businesses, and increased operating costs for the city. So the city in Tampa would like to reiterate its request for an extension of the public comment period to April 25, 24. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion regarding rulemaking. And the city of Tampa hopes to continue working with the EPA to ensure the continued operation of the waste energy facility.
Thank you for your testimony, Mike. Do my fellow panelists have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please, would you mind spelling your name for the record, just so we have that as well?
Mike DeRocher, M-I-K-E. My last name DeRocher, D as in David, E-R-O-C-H-E-R.
Thank you very much. This concludes session 2 of 3 sessions for today's public hearing. The hearing chair will now read the recess statement. Thank you very much.
My name is Nick Swanson. I've been chairing this hearing.
You muted yourself, Nick.
Yep, I did that. I'm sorry, guys. Again, I'll start over. My name is Nick Swanson. I've been chairing this hearing session. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers for the session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who offered testimony today, and for taking the time out of your schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed action to update and strengthen emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, or HAP, that are emitted from large municipal waste combustor facilities. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through March 25th, 2024. Instructions for submitting written comments are available on our website. The next session will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. As I think the hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome, everyone. Before we begin, Before we begin, just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that cameras remain off unless it is your turn to provide testimony. I will now turn the meeting over to the hearing chair, Pete South, to welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Thank you. Welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed standards of performance for new stationary sources and emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. EPA is proposing revisions to emission limits for new and existing large municipal waste combustor sources. The proposed amendments, if finalized, would result in an estimated 14,000 tons per year reduction in regulated pollutants. My name is Pete South, and I am the Associate Division Director in the Sector Policies and Programs Division of EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards at EPA. I will be chairing the evening session for today's hearing. Thank you to everyone for attending today's hearing to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Now I'd like to ask the EPA panelists to introduce themselves. Charlene?
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Charlene Spells, and I'm an engineer with EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Jones, and I'm a physical science with the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you, panelists. The hearing host will now provide more instructions for the hearing.
Thank you very much. During today's hearing, we'll take comment on the EPA's proposed action addressing the standards of performance for new stationary sources of emission guidelines for existing sources for large municipal waste combustors. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items that we want to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. We are joined today by a court reporter who will provide and produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. The EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. We ask that everyone remain muted with their cameras off until it is your turn to speak. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen, and we will put the names of the speakers in the chat box. We may use the chat to communicate with you directly during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. If you are speaking today, please rename yourself in the Zoom participant list to match your registered speaker name. This will allow us and our logistical staff to quickly queue up the next speakers. And for any assistance, please chat attendee support. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. And if you're joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. And please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your video camera, by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom of your bottom left of your screen. And if you're not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name, and when your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the proposal through March 25th, 2024. Instructions for submitting comments are on our website. We encourage you also to submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post reminders about how to submit your written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. The panel is here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until the chair can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box, and our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. For those of you watching the hearing on YouTube and would like to speak, please email our registration support team. That email address is in the public hearing box on our website under the YouTube screen. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions. This is the final of those 3 sessions. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes before, session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's proposal, and let us get started. Our first 2 speakers are Zulene Mayfield and Lindsay Turner. Ms. Mayfield, we see you if you'd like to begin your testimony.
Thank you, everybody. I am Zulene Mayfield, Zulene, Mayfield, Mayfield. I am the chairperson of Chester Residents Concerned for Quality Living, representing members and residents of the city of Chester, Pennsylvania. The city of Chester, Pennsylvania houses the largest Covanta incinerator in the nation. They mass burn 3,500 tons of trash per day. The result of them burning trash in our community has been devastating and has submitted our community to environmental genocide. And I say that because people literally do not have the ability to breathe. 38.5% of our children suffer from asthma. There are no records being kept as to the adult asthma rates, but we know that they are significant. The incinerator has been operating in our community for some 31 years. And for 31 years, we've been on a mission to have it shut down because we understand the health ramifications, the devaluation of our homes, and the disruption in our community that this incinerator has caused. You know, the Covanta Chester is an old incinerator. Therefore, there should be even more stringent requirements for its operation, and they should be imposed. I think because it is the largest in the nation, that they should be the example, and EPA should make requirements of them to do more to safeguard our community. EPA is required to revisit the pollution standards every 5 years. This was last done in 2006, not 2011, not 2016, not 2021. So it's been a long time that our community has suffered with even more pollution and no mitigating responses to that pollution. Therefore, we believe that no extension should be given to the polluters and those that operate incinerators. It's been a long time. 30 more days is not, these things need to go into existence immediately. Also, there should be no option of monitoring other toxic pollutants like lead and mercury. They must also be under continuous emission monitoring because those things are wreaking havoc in our community. Please do not weaken the proposed limits. And, you know, like I said, Chester is the largest incinerator in the country. They have 6 burners, while most incinerators have 2 to 3. We'd like for you all to set the limits on tons per year basis rather than the concentration. We don't believe that that will give a real reflection as to what they are doing. And, you know, these things produce particulate matter. EPA must require frequent monitoring of the particulate matter that is inundating and assaulting our community every single day. We are environmentally assaulted, and EPA is not on the field to protect us from this environmental racism that is creating genocide in our community, that is contributing to climate degradation. And we need you guys to do what your mandate is, which is to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, do you have any comments, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Turner.
Hello. Lindsay Turner, LINDSEYTURNER. Hello, I'm a lifelong PA resident and an environmental engineering student. I'm also here to support the efforts of Circle. Firstly, I think it is inconsiderate to spring this public hearing with such short notice. To require registration and yet only provide a week's notice will not reach the people you need to hear from most. Based on the previous sessions today, I've heard a lot of people talking about, you know, job opportunities or the cost and economics of this. The truth is that Covanta has about 100 employees, and only 6 of them are from Chester. So this is not helping the community. This is not promoting development. If anything, it's deterring it because nobody wants to develop or build things on the waterfront next to a toxic incinerator. And if you want to talk about cost, Delco recently published a life cycle analysis finding that Covanta's human health and environmental costs total about $337 per ton compared to sending it to Rolling Hills landfill, only $144 per ton. Now, in terms of the limits you propose, please regulate on tons per year and not concentration, as Ms. Zulin had said. And also, do not weaken the limits by requiring 30-day averages. I also notice a wide discrepancy between limits for existing and new facilities. I don't understand why the limit of lead for existing facilities is 4.3 times higher than that for new facilities. For other numbers, NOx is over 2 times higher, and PCDD is about 4 times higher. We simply cannot let old, dangerous facilities grandfather these unsafe regulations. And even given the existing facility limits, how will you enforce them? And how will you enforce them immediately? According to the 2023 Covanta permit, which should require more frequent renewal, the Covanta numbers need to reduce NOx by about 39%, SOx by 31%, lead by 66%, and cadmium by 90%. So how will you enact this bare minimum? And finally, I would like to discuss criteria air pollutants, something that I've learned about in my engineering classes. And this is something that you, the EPA, have defined. These include lead, particulate matter, carbon monoxide, NOx, and SOx, and are recognized by you as dangers to human and environmental health. So why is it that at Covanta, you are not requiring continuous monitoring of some of these criteria air pollutants, such as particulate matter and lead? Why is the allowable lead in existing facilities so high? So to end, I just ask, who are you protecting? Is it the people and the environment, or is it the money?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Stefan Roots and Marcia Ellis. Mr. Roots, I see your video up if you'd like to present your testimony now. You're, sir, you're muted if you want to take a moment to open your audio.
I think I double clicked on there. I'm
Great.
sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Mayor Stefan Root, City of Chester, STEFANROOTS. Great to be here with you guys today. I really only have two asks, and one of them is to make the old incinerator plants meet the standards of the new plants. And secondly, to make sure that renewable energy credits are discontinued with incineration. When I talk about my city of Chester, it's a city of 34,000 people, and we're all packed into a small 4.4 mile radius. But 2 million people burn their trash here in Chester, and it comes in equal parts from Delaware County, Philadelphia, and New York City. I'm going to touch on three things today. One of them is just the emission standards and the revisions that are being discussed today. The new standards versus the grandfathered standards, and finally, three factors to pollution limits, being the concentration of pollution released, constant monitoring, which was just mentioned, and the accumulated effects. To my understanding, emission standards for incineration are to be revised every 5 years, and we haven't seen a revision in 13 years. I know you're not personally responsible, and I thank you for being with us today. When I look at new incineration standards, the proposed higher standards for incinerator emissions are a step in the right direction, and I thank you for that. But I'm troubled by the difference between proposed regulations for the current Chester incinerator and what you require from new incinerators, which would be built in another city. We've endured these grandfathered emission standards. They've been in place for generations, since the 80s. The EPA should not be granting the Chester incinerator a lifetime grandfather pass to treat our city as a second-class environmental city, or concerns are under those regulations. The grandfather status has been in effect for like 30 years, and it just shouldn't go on forever. As mayor, the new regulations should set a date for when Chester incinerator meets the same environmental health and safety standards as a new incinerator in another city. We deserve the same respect another city will receive if they host a new incinerator. When I consider the three factors to pollution limits, the first one is the concentration of pollution release. Pollution limits for incinerators, that's what they're based on, and they do not consider that Chester's incinerator is the largest in the country. You must look beyond just concentration releases. You need to consider the total amount of pollutants released. It's not just, if I were to give an analogy, it's like I can have a beer that is 4% alcohol, and that might be cool. But if I'm drinking that beer every hour for the next 30 years, it's probably not a safe thing for me. There's the frequency of checks. Current regulations call for checking most pollution levels once a year. That's ridiculous. New EPA regulations should require constant monitoring for mercury, lead, particulate matter, and all the other regulated pollutants. As long as us humans breathe continuously, they should be monitoring those pollutants continuously. Chester's been an environmental dumping ground for generations. The proposed regulations don't consider the cumulative effects, and we have a lot of industry up and down the waterfront. So I would love for the EPA rule to also consider that. And as I started out earlier, the other piece that I do want to bring up is, one is a quote from the EPA itself, or the DEP in Pennsylvania, that Chester's been forced to bear a disproportionate share of adverse environmental impacts, and it hasn't had meaningful involvement in development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And finally, in closing, I just want to say that the renewable energy credit idea is just ridiculous to me. I don't know how you can compare trash to solar and wind and give tax credits and incentives for incinerators to operate like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panelists?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcia Ellis.
Good evening, Marcia Ellis for the record, MARSHAELLIS. I am reaching out from Fort Myers, Florida. And I'm going to start with a general comment, and then I'm going to get a little bit more specific about some of the challenges that we have here in Florida. First of all, I would like to compliment the EPA on some of the accompanying literature that has gone into the specifics of the economics, talking about the negative externality and how that that figures into the producers of the pollution and those materials not bearing the burden that then is shifted to those social costs, because I think that that is part of the discussion, as well as the derived demand, that you have a product rolling into these incinerators or a fuel source that the incinerators aren't paying for. These things are important, as well as penalties that could curb these violations. So I wanted to thank you for including that, because those are important pieces of information to carry out into the community. For me, I have a real problem with the false narrative that I feel like is being driven by the industry, the waste industry, and in some cases, municipalities as well. Because not being honest about the kinds of impacts and the pollution that are coming out of these incinerators are leading to very poor planning decisions that I hoped that were just limited to this community, but I've heard from other communities are not, like Arlington. And here in Fort Myers, we have a park that is next door to the incinerator with playground equipment and baseball fields directly next door, and an assumption by communities that have been built into the area since the incinerator has opened that they are safe. There's a school that I personally worked at for over 10 years within 2.5 miles of this incinerator. And so as long as these narratives are industry driven and not fully examined, you're going to have these incompatible planning decisions that are needlessly putting people at risk. Now I want to talk a little bit about Florida, the waste incinerator capital of the United States. And we have many existing facilities like our Covanta plant, which is approaching this year 30 years. We know this is really when the trouble gets going. And in fact, we had a violation in January and again in April that was documented and resulted in a $2,000 fine for Covanta attributed to malfunction, startup shutdown. Y'all know the drill. And so we appreciate that being included in this rulemaking. It is certainly needed. And that was on the incinerator that was built in 2007, that burner, not the ones from 1994. We have climate change to battle here. We have sea level rise, and then we have the characteristics of the waste stream that's being generated from all the damage, including the PVC and the vinyl chloride that are adding to those levels of dioxins. We know that municipal waste is becoming more toxic with these single-use plastics. We really appreciate the work of zero waste to really get at the production level and interrupt this cycle so that we can truly protect human health. I've heard the argument about the landfill and how, let's say from Alabama, that was releasing a lot of methane. Let me say that they are taking the fly ash out to the Hendry County line, and they're dumping it, and there are great clouds of fly ash rolling up into the atmosphere. And I've heard anecdotally from people who have worked out there that stuff is catching on fire, and the liner just went in 2 years ago. So, and that's only on part of the landfill. So the landfilling of this toxic fly ash is another tremendous issue. And I'll be submitting written comments. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to interface.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Frank Cunningham and Jose Ramos.
Good evening, Frank Cunningham, F-R-A-N-K, Cunningham, C-U-N-N-I-N-G-H-A-M. I am the president of Beginning World Changes, which is a nonprofit that operates in New Jersey, also in two of the areas that Cavanna is located in Rahway, we serve, and also in Newark. Cavanna has been a great support to our mission in helping us provide food, clothing, shelter, referral to shelters, and all types of support to help the less fortunate, low income families, domestic violent families. And also just wanted to touch on the part I've been hearing a lot. I grew up in the city of Linden, which was the town over from Rahway. Since 1959, I was born. So I've been in the area, and I know since when Cavanna has came there in 1994, there's been such an improvement on the quality of air, which is Newark plant was in I think it was 1990 they were built there. And they're like, that's about 20 minutes, say, away from Linden. And I've noticed that there's been a lot of changes, been hearing a lot of pros and cons about a lot of things, but our organization and myself, I've known from firsthand as a resident that things have changed, things have gotten better. And I just want to let everyone know that we support Cavanna, and Cavanna is doing a great job. And as we continue to work in our programs and expand, Cavanna is going to be one of our partners that we can rely on because we have built a relationship in the community of people to help them, and also not just helping them, but Cavanna has also came to the table as we have, not just in help, but helping in love and respect for those who are in need. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for your testimony.
Our next speaker is Commissioner Jose Ramos.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. That's Jose Ramos, Jose Ramos. Definitely, I'm a commissioner of one of our boards here in Camden. And I'm excited to stand before you to speak on behalf of Covanta Camden. I am a community member here. I live about a mile away from Covanta. I've never really experienced smells from, and I'm very happy that I know they're working on keeping our air clean. Camden is improving. I'm very happy to have them here. I'm also work for the Camden School Board, and I've witnessed them do so many awesome things for our families and our community. Just watching them partner with us, it's amazing to see how they all can respond to come out and help our community. We have seen them in community park cleanups. They have come out and service our families in various events. They definitely have been here to support our schools. I personally have picked up gifts for our students, and they're making sure that our students are working on succeeding in life, having success. And they do tours for our students. They are definitely involved in our community. So I want to applaud them for making Camden a clean place. And I enjoy having partnerships with some of their members. One of them will be Alisa and also Miss Brittany. They are awesome. So I want to make sure that our community continue striving, and Covanta is definitely a very big partner to us. Thank you for allowing me the time to stand and speak and represent not just myself, but our school board, and everything that Covanta is doing is amazing here in Camden.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Panelists, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Tom Nixon and Michaela Prestowitz. Mr. Nixon, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Please go ahead.
I'm able.
Just engage your video if you'd like to start it. There we go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Nixon. I'm a member of Circle, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Chester. I was born and raised in the city of Chester. A couple things in terms of what Covanta has been to our community has nothing but been classified as criminal in terms of what they have done to our community born, where our kids have to ingest the particles coming off of the things that they create in the incinerator. Like we said before, like my other colleagues and other people who have participated have said that Covanta is one of the oldest incinerators in the city of Chester in the nation. And it has continued to see nothing but illegal things are released into the air with very little in terms of governance or even kind of self-governance from them in terms of what they have done to our community, what type of partner they have been in terms of not only seeing an increase in asthma rates and other health disparities in our community because of polluters like in Covanta and others. We are an environmental justice city, and I think that agencies like the EPA and the DPA have forgotten that they are supposed to be there for the people in terms of making sure that these polluters are doing the right thing by the people. We are not sacrificed. We are not a sacrifice zone. We are not guinea pigs where you can look at where you value profits over people. Our lives matter. Our families are important. Our children are important. And we feel that we have to stand for our quality of life in the city of Chester. We can see the statistics. We know about the science. We know about the impact it can have on a community when you have multiple polluters in such a small area. And no one is thinking about how that can impact a community from health disparities, from an economic perspective, but most of all, in terms of what it can do to a community in terms of our quality of life, because we live here on the day-to-day. So Covanta has done some wonderful things in terms of providing things for the community, but they have not addressed the issue of what their product does to the air, land, and water in our community in the city of Chester. Not only are they the oldest incinerator, there have been very little updates to their facility. They're not looking to improve. They're looking for ways to lower the bar so they can release even more chemicals into the air. So as a resident, lifelong resident in the city of Chester, I'm fighting for my people and my community. I think we deserve a better quality of life. Regardless of our zip code, we all deserve to have quality air, land, and water to breathe and to foster our quality of life. So that's my perspective in terms of voting for the EPA or hoping that the EPA will represent the people of the city of Chester and think about how this impacts our community in such a negative way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Michaela Prestowitz.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
My name is Michaela Prestowitz. That's MIKAELA I'm a current student at Swarthmore College in Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. I live about 10 minutes away from the Covanta incinerator in Chester. Currently, I am an English and environmental studies major. So I'm not a science person, and many of my classmates and many community members have expressed the scientific downsides of the incinerator far more eloquently than I could. Instead, today I wanted to use my time to tell a brief story. And that is the story of Rachel Carson and Silent Spring, which will be a very familiar name for you folks at the EPA. After World War II, the now empty munitions factories were often taken over to produce pesticides because there were already factories there, so they might as well be used to create more profits. These pesticides included the now infamous DDT, which was at the time widely advertised as a cure-all and was widely distributed, sprayed over children, over fields, over whole towns. It wasn't until Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, that people began to realize the dangers of indiscriminately spraying a pesticide over every living thing, and that people began to consider the negative side effects of such chemicals. Her book sparked a widespread outrage and helped found your agency, and we are still feeling the resonances of her writing decades later. I find lots of similarities between the Silent Spring situation and what we are seeing now with Covanta. In Chester, up until World War II, lots of the places cited for industrial producing were used as shipyards. And it wasn't until after the war that the decline of shipbuilding in Chester meant that other industrial facilities, such as Covanta and other waste management groups, could move in and begin using that space instead. And they, like DDT producers, sold themselves as a healthy addition to the community. They had money that they donated to groups. They told everyone that they were cleaning the air, that they were planting trees, that they were helping people. We aren't yet in the aftermath of Covanta. We don't know all of the implications of what they're spreading in the air. Unlike DDT, there's no one who has written a book that can shake us all and wake us up and make us realize the implications of what we're polluting. Sure, we know the names of some of the things we're producing. We know carbon monoxide and NOx and SOx and all of the other chemicals that I can't pronounce. We might know some of their names, but we can't ever know all of their effects. So I want to use my time with you to urge caution. Rachel Carson and Silent Spring told us that we have to be careful in how we manage our environment. There's only one world and we each only have one body, and it's our job to take care of both. And also it is our job to take care of the bodies of those around us and our community members. So I may not be from Chester, and yet I feel a responsibility to the people there and who are being negatively impacted by the pollution. We have no idea what the long-term consequences of many of these chemicals will be. We have no idea how these chemicals may interact with one another once they're inside the body. And we have no idea what will do to the children who grow up in breathing that air every day. So I want to remind us all of Rachel Carson's lesson to be careful with the environment, to be careful with our bodies, to be careful what pollutants we allow to enter our world in the fear that we may never be able to take them back. So thank you very much for your time and for holding this hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks again.
The next two speakers will be Lynn Mather and Joseph Bouvier. Lynn, when you're ready, please begin your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay, but not see me, right? I'm not able to get up the video. I don't know why. Oh, has asked you to start your video. Oh, well, I'm working on that.
We see you
Okay,
now.
maybe it will happen now. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Mather, that's Lynnmather. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, homeowner since 1974. And I have been following the Chester story for a while, particularly I think since I learned that China was refusing to accept our plastic waste. and learning that we were having to deal with it right here, and that we did not have a good system for doing that. I have taken part in the recycling here and trash collection for years. I stopped doing that some years ago during COVID, as I learned about really the unreliability of recycling and the contamination that was reported in the truckloads, and as a result of contamination, things were not sorted out into different single streams. Instead, things were being burnt to the incinerator or to landfill, and that to me was highly unacceptable. So I have been paying for private recycling and taking care of all my organic waste, either on my property or by having it picked up again by a private company. And I'm so grateful I have those options. I know a lot of people don't, or a lot of people would not be able to afford that. I realize I'm paying tax dollar for a program that doesn't serve me and that I don't believe is working. And I would be so delighted to have a hearing like this instead of on emissions controlling, dealing with trying to limit and an industry that spews out toxins is harming. Instead, having a hearing on what kind of systems can we create? Why? Let's mandate composting. There are communities that do it. It works. It is low cost. It provides jobs. It's what we need for our soils. Let's have programs such as the one I take part in with recycling. Almost all my materials I recycle, and it's a transparent program. I can visit the operation, so I know what's happening. Whereas with the Philadelphia system, I could not get any in touch in recent years. There's not been access to them to answer questions. So we need jobs, and I think the jobs can come through new systems that are addressing climate change, that are looking at environmental justice issues, the real needs, addressing real needs. And I really, my heart breaks when I have read about the story of Chester's population. And of course, it's not just Chester. Air is all moves. We are all experiencing these extremities of weather. It's not just in one place. So I do hope that we will use our creativity in positive ways. We can do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Bouvier, and I see Joseph, you appear to be ready. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is Joseph Bouvier, Joseph I live in Merchantville, New Jersey, a little less than 5 miles from the Covanta incinerator in Camden. I am a member of the Camden for Clean Air group and also a member of the Merchantville Green Team. I thank you for holding this hearing and for the what appears to be the desire to enforce tougher standards for incinerators. I ask you to take strong regulatory action to protect people from the dangers of incinerators. Burning trash in Camden County, most of the communities send their municipal waste to the Covanta incinerator in Camden. I think all but 5 municipalities in Camden County do this. So burning municipal waste includes a lot of plastic material. It exposes people near the incinerator to filthy air and toxic chemicals every day. The incinerators also lead to more production of greenhouse gases. So we've got pollution issues and climate change issues. And I think that it would be good if the EPA does take both of those into consideration and looks to enforce more strict rules on incinerators. Most of these facilities are aging. The one in Camden is now 32 years old. It is way past its expected life. And most incinerators in the United States are located in environmental justice communities. So they have the poor communities have borne the brunt of harmful air for many, many years. And it's time to try and remedy that to the extent that it can be done. New Jersey Department of Health studies show that in the city of Camden, the risk of air quality medical conditions such as cancer and other non-cancerous health problems like asthma are statistically significantly higher than the state average. And I have looked at the Department of Health studies for every town surrounding Camden, and every single one of them has above average risks for cancer and or non-cancerous health conditions. So there's obviously in our area a significant pollution problem that can cause health problems. I ask that the EPA take action to require continuous monitoring for particulate matter and pollutants from all incinerators. The state of Oregon recently passed a law requiring that of incinerators throughout the entire state. I ask that the EPA consider doing that for incinerators throughout the country. This technology has existed for years, but very few incinerators monitor for pollutants if they are not required to track it. So that would be very helpful. Some of the comments that were brought up by other people, I fully agree with. Let's do some composting. Let's require composting. Let's do sorting of materials prior to burning. Take out the most extreme hazardous products. Take out the things that can be composted because they have a beneficial effect in another way. The mayor Roots asked that the EPA end renewable energy credits for incineration. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. And also the fact that there should not be higher limits of pollutants allowed for older incinerators than new incinerators. Force the old incinerators to live up to the rules as everyone has to comply with. Thank you for your time, and thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Michael Mixon and Valrika Lawrence. Michael, I see you're ready. If you'd like to start your testimony now.
Very good. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Mixon, spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name Mixon, M-I-X-O-N. And I represent the American Legion Post 24. It's an 800-member strong veterans organization that's operated in Alexandria, Virginia for over 100 years now. Our experience with Covanta has been nothing but superb. Covanta has a track record of reaching out to local veterans organizations to offer their support in terms of donating charitable funds to our causes and also providing their staff with volunteer opportunities. Here's three examples. Covanta sponsored a Veterans Day event at the Alexandria National Cemetery where Covanta provided breakfast to all attendees. And during the event, Covanta staff actually assisted us in placing U.S. flags at each of the veterans' grave sites to honor those that are laid to rest there. Second, Covanta sponsored the purchase of many holiday wreaths that were placed at the grave sites of those laid to rest at the Alexandria National Cemetery in advance of the Christmas holiday season. And lastly, Covanta was a major sponsor of my organization, Post 24. We do a challenge event every February to engage the community in physical activity during the month of February. And that allows us to raise funds which support both youth in the community, but also veterans in the community. On a personal note, I'd like to just say that it's been a pleasure to work with a community relations outreach person at Covanta, at least the area here in the Alexandria, Virginia area. Her name is Carolyn Cruz, and she's been a pleasure to work with. Bottom line, the American Legion Post 24 considers Covanta a very strong partner and a very important community partner. And on that note, I'll close it up and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valrika Lawrence.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. I just need to figure out how to start my video. Okay. All right. Oh, shit. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
No.
We saw you for a moment, but your video is black currently.
All right, let me figure this out. I'm sorry. I saw the camera icon and then it disappeared. I'm sorry. Wait. All right. Okay.
We see you now.
Can you see me? Okay. All right. Hello. Thank you for this meeting opportunity. My name is Valrika Lawrence. Can you still see me? Hello?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, we can see you.
Can you see me? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. My name is Valrika Lawrence. I'm the co-chair for the Camden Harvest Festival in Camden, New Jersey. Covanta has been an integral part of community these seasons. We support in their candor and their transparency. We've often been invited to the facility in Camden to see how it works, to answer any questions for the Camden community and for the people that are concerned about the air quality in Camden. Covanta communicates with the community on a regular basis, and I understand that there needs to be standards to ensure the safety of the city residents. In short, I stand in agreement with EPA's works to ensure the quality of life for the residents of Camden. I stand with Covanta. Alyssa Wilds works well with our community in as far as the Camden Harvest Fest, as well as community cleanups and donating to various organizations in the city. So I would like to thank Covanta for its hard work and its community involvement. And I want to thank you for the time and opportunity to speak at this meeting.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you
you
very much. Yep. Take care.
All right.
The next two speakers will be Timothy Porter and Robert Hinson. Timothy, if you're ready to provide your testimony, please go ahead.
I'm ready, but I'm going to have to dispense with the camera for technical reasons here in my office. But I'll send a picture if anybody wants to see me. But anyways, I am Tim Porter, Timporter. I'm Director of Air Quality Program Management for Wind Waste Innovations. I have more than 37 years experience in all facets of waste to energy and large municipal waste combustor air quality management, including emissions testing and monitoring, air pollution control research and development and operation, and regulatory review, analysis, and implementation. Wind Waste is a member of the Waste Energy Association, a national trade group representing municipalities and companies that own and operate large municipal waste combustors. Wind Waste owns and operates 32 large municipal waste combustors at 13 waste energy facilities in the United States. Our facilities are vital assets in local, county, and state sustainable solid waste management infrastructures. Annually, our waste energy facilities divert 6 million tons of post-recycled waste from landfills while generating 3.6 million megawatt hours of renewable electricity and recovering over 100,000 tons of metals for recycling. On a life cycle basis, our waste energy facilities account for well over 6 million tons of avoided greenhouse gas emissions by eliminating methane emissions at landfills, displacing fossil fuel electricity generation, and recycling metals. As everyone knows, reducing methane has the highest priority for its immediate impact on mitigating climate change, and waste energy facilities are vital to accomplishing this. Municipalities and companies that operate large mixed waste combustors, as well as the Waste to Energy Association through its predecessors, the Energy Recovery Council and the Integrated Waste Services Association, have worked cooperatively and diligently with the U.S. EPA U.S. Environmental Protection Agency through all rulemakings impacting municipal waste combustion facilities, including the 1995 Large Municipal Waste Combustor MAC standards and the subsequent 2006 revisions. In both these rulemakings, the U.S. EPA performed the required due diligence in collecting and analyzing data and other information that resulted in tough but achievable standards that the U.S. EPA itself concluded reduced large municipal waste combustor emissions by 99%. Also, had EPA concluded its Clean Air Act mandated residual risk review that it began in 2014, it would have shown that the emission levels achieved by implementation of these MAC standards were fully protective of public health and the environment. Wind waste, municipalities, and other large private MWC owners and operators will carefully review and respond in kind to the proposed rule, including providing input to specific areas in which the EPA seeks comments. However, what is immediately apparent about this proposed rule is EPA's significantly reduced due diligence in developing the proposed standards, including completing the residual risk review it began in 2014. The information and data in the proposed rule and the docket fall far short of the comprehensive and rigorous data collection analysis required to develop MAC standards that are reasonably achievable and that properly account for variability. EPA had 16 years since the last MAC standards to seek information and collect data to help develop proposed limits and other changes to the standards, such as elimination of alternative removal requirements and startup shutdown malfunction exemptions. And like previous MAC rulemaking, there was little outreach to the large municipal waste combustor community seeking additional information that would have helped develop a better proposed rule. As EPA mentioned, EPA has also requested comment on an array of important and challenging questions that have significant impact on rule implementation. As a result, and large municipal waste combustor owner operated community needs to conduct its own comprehensive due diligence, including review of the technical and cost information, as well as collecting and analyzing additional data to evaluate variability versus the standards and efficacy of proposed alternative startup and shutdown limits. Additionally, EPA's proposal requires considerable engagement with third parties outside of these immediately affected by the proposal. We're eager to conduct the review and provide an input on an array of important and challenging questions. However, we believe 60 days is an adequate amount of time to conduct a review of this scope. We request that EPA extend the duration of the comment period to the proposed rulemaking by at least 30 days. And so we have time to conduct a careful and thorough review of the considerations raised. I believe this is the best interest of the public and all affected stakeholders. Appreciate the opportunity to provide comment and apologize for going over the 4-minute limit.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Henson.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Rob Henson. It's R-O-B. That's H-I-N-S-O-N. I'm a special education teacher and a head football coach at Camden High School in Camden, New Jersey. And just speaking on behalf of Covanta and what a tremendous support they've been for my student athletes, members of my whole school community. Most of our athletes come from the waterfront, South and Morgan Village parts of the section of our town. And Covanta has been a tremendous resource for not only our student athletes, but the families as well. I'm also a teacher at the Big Picture Learning Academy, which is on the Camden High School campus. And a part of our curriculum is LTIs, which is learning through interest. And what that does is provide our students with opportunities for mentorships, internships, and just exploring different career opportunities that they may have interest in. And Covanta has been one of the companies that's come to our school several times and offered the internships to our young folks, and has also offered jobs and job opportunities for some of our students who wanted to go into the trades and the workforce rather than going to a 2 or 4 year college. So just wanted to take this time to thank Covanta for all their continued support of not just the young athletes and student athletes of the Waterfront South and Morgan Village section, but our entire city and school community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next two speakers will be Michael Van Brunt and Ebony Staten-Fortson. Mike, I see you have your video up if you're ready to go.
Great. Good evening. My name is Michael Van Brunt, MICHAELVANBRUNT. I'm a licensed environmental engineer and currently act as Vice President of Sustainability and Environmental for Covanta. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this very important rulemaking. Covanta is the leader in sustainable solutions that operates over 30 large municipal waste combustors across the United States, including many operated in public-private partnerships with local community owners. Recognized as preferable to landfilling by the EPA's waste management hierarchy, waste energy facilities divert nearly 19 million tons of MSW from landfills every year. In doing so, our facilities recover over 500,000 tons of metal and generate the equivalent of over 9 million megawatt hours of energy in the form of electricity and steam, and save 160 acres of landfill space every year. In addition to these services, our employees are active members of our communities, working alongside community members on issues of importance to local neighbors. The role played by waste energy is more important now than ever, given the challenges posed by climate change and the need for quick and decisive action. Processing municipal solid waste at waste energy facilities reduces greenhouse gas emissions conservatively by 1 ton of greenhouse gas emissions for every ton of waste we process. This occurs by displacing fossil fuels, avoiding methane produced by decomposing trash at landfills, and recovering metals for recycling. As a result, the waste energy facilities we operate reduce greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 19 million tons of CO2 equivalents. Waste energy's ability to mitigate methane is especially pertinent given the recent attention to methane paid by scientists, the international community, and the Biden administration. Waste energy facilities and other forms of landfill diversion prevent all generation of landfill methane. Landfills are the third largest anthropogenic source of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas over 80 times stronger than CO2 over 20 years. New research has shown landfills to be a much greater source of methane than previously understood. Waste energy facilities provide these climate benefits while also being protective of human health and the environment. The EPA itself has noted the outstanding performance of the air pollution control equipment retrofits that were initiated by the first set of MAC regulations promulgated in 1995. Since then, the EPA has revised the MAC standards again in 2006, and our facilities have continued to improve their performance. Since 2005, emissions have dropped by up to 88%, while the industry's annual waste processing has increased by 9%. Furthermore, we have called on the EPA to perform what's called a residual risk review to determine the level of further reduction that are necessary specifically to address any remaining risks to human health. Instead of this approach, however, the EPA is proposing to lower our permit limits by up to 96% through a third round of MAC standards. To date, the EPA's outreach to the owners and operators of these facilities has been limited. We need as much time as possible to evaluate the proposed regulation and, more importantly, its potential impacts on our ability to serve our communities. We are therefore requesting the EPA extend the comment period to 90 days, consistent with the approach taken for many other significant rulemakings like this. We are proud of the performance of these facilities, and we recognize the need for continuous improvement. However, given the important role these facilities play in providing sustainable waste management services and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we believe it is imperative to provide for the full 90 days to analyze all impacts of this critical rulemaking. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next
Hello.
speaker. Oh, go ahead, Ebony. Yeah, we see you can go right ahead.
Hello, my name's Ebony Staten Fortson, Fortson is my last name. I am a local evangelist at Norristown at Mount Zion AMA Church. I am also the youth director and a community outreach evangelist. I partner with Covanta and Plymouth Meeting, who also supports the Norristown area. We do various community outreaches as far as the Norristown Community Block Party, where a bunch of churches from the community get together and we evangelize and just provide free resources to the community. This goes from clothing, healthcare, the police, firemen, all various entities in the Norristown community and the surrounding area get together and serve the community. I partner with Brittany specifically at Covanta and Plymouth Meeting. They've also contributed over 150 book bags to the youth in our community. Those book bags contributed to our outreach service as well as was distributed to 2 family shelters in Norristown for single mothers and children. And they also supported the Norristown community for Christmas and donated over 70 gift cards. And those were distributed to different children and those same neighboring shelters, as well as the community itself as a whole at a community Christmas party. In January, Covanta partnered with us in the youth division, as well as our church, in an effort to clean for MLK Day of Service. During that time, we got together and just cleaned the church, and they helped us remove a bunch of things in order to create a community outreach room for all the children. Brittany, specifically at the Covanta and Plymouth Meeting, has been nothing but supportive of our youth in Norristown, as well as the families. And she's literally just a phone call away anytime I need anything for our church specifically or the community. I also partner with the NAACP, and they provide similar resources. And together we just do our best to support the community. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Our next 2 speakers are Malcolm Seymour and Jessica Roth. Malcolm, I see that you are ready. If you want to provide your testimony now, please go ahead.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Malcolm Seymour, MALCOLM from the law firm Foster Garvey. We are outside counsel to the Local Government Coalition for Renewable Energy, which is a group of 12 municipal solid waste authorities that own and or operate waste to energy facilities, most of which would be subject to this proposed rule. Our members come from Honolulu, Baltimore, Palm Beach, Spokane, Huntsville, Alabama, Portland, Maine, York and Lancaster counties in Pennsylvania, Marion County in Oregon, multiple regions of Minnesota, Ames, Iowa, and Layton, Utah. The United States Conference of Mayors Municipal Waste Management Association is also an adjunct participant in our coalition. The problem that we face is that Americans produce more municipal solid waste, MSW, every year on both a gross and per capita basis. In 1980, the US produced 151 million short tons of MSW. In 2018, it produced 292 million, almost twice the amount. In 1980, the average person produced 3.7 pounds of MSW per day. And in 2018, that number had risen to 4.9 pounds, an increase of 32%. Even though recycling rates have gone up over the last several decades, the total volume of non-recyclable waste is not going down because all of us are making more of it. While there's certainly room for improvement in our recycling rates, even EU countries with state-of-the-art recycling programs and strict regulations have had difficulty achieving rates over 50%. So until something changes, we need a solution for non-recyclable waste. It has fallen to our members and to other waste authorities to find the least bad thing to do with this growing problem. After studying the science and international best practices, our members have concluded that WTE is far safer than the only other large-scale alternative, which is landfilling. And as not-for-profit entities, the safety of their communities is our members' chief concern. Even after installing controls intended to recapture fugitive gas, landfills continue to release vast quantities of methane, a greenhouse gas up to 85 times more potent than carbon dioxide. WTE avoids these methane emissions and reduces the need to produce energy from fossil fuels. In countries that have front-burnered climate change as an environmental priority, WTE is the only solution advocated for disposing of non-recyclable MSW. The EU has directed member states to ensure that at most 10% of all MSW is landfilled by 2035, with the other 90% either recycled or directed to WTE facilities. WTE is losing ground here in the United States and only here because of vocal opposition, often based on anecdotal evidence or on data that precedes the 1995 and 2006 improvements to WTE facilities. The opponents of WTE do not discuss the perils of landfilling. They don't explain what else we should be doing with the non-recyclable MSW while meeting our nation's climate goals. We need to follow current science if we want to keep our country habitable for generations to come. We do respectfully push back on EPA's claim that there are, quote, no climate benefits or disbenefits to be accounted for in this proposed rule. Imposing new costs on WTE facilities risks making this countermeasure against climate change cost prohibitive. To respond to this rule, local governments will either have to divert funds from other programs to make the required retrofits, or they'll need to give up ground in the fight against climate change by closing WTE facilities. We need to be certain that there's a concrete public health benefit that would justify these kinds of sacrifices. In the past, EPA has stated that public health impacts would be measured through residual risk reviews. The proposed rule makes claims about public health, but it doesn't gather the kind of site-specific data a residual risk review would analyze. We hope to help fill this research gap, but we need more time to review and supplement the public health and cost data underlying this proposed rule. We respectfully request an additional 60 days, which we acknowledge is extraordinary, so that we can perform this analysis. We believe that it will be worth the agency's time, and we thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jessica Roth. Jessica, when you're ready, please unmute. I do see that you're on the phone. On the phone, it is *6 to unmute your line.
Every time I unmute, it keeps remuting me. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Roth. It's JESSICARO, F as in Frank, F as in Frank. I'm calling in from right across the street from the EPA because I just met with your colleagues about the Global Plastics Treaty and chemical recycling. But raised fourth generation occupied Lenape, Canarsie, Muncie lands of so-called Brooklyn, currently living right across from the Golden Canal Superfund site. I'm the U.S. and Canada Regional Plastics and Petrochemicals Program Manager for Gaia, which is the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives. We're a network of grassroots organizations around the world fighting against harmful forms of waste disposal and for zero waste solutions. I want to the good start steps EPA is taking in these proposed standard changes, including major reductions to many regulated pollutants and closing loopholes like startup, shutdown, malfunction exemption, and the alternative compliance option. We all know that you can and must go further, and that these proposals should be just the beginning to addressing the enormous environmental justice issue of incineration. We also know that the existing regulations have not gone nearly as far as they need to protect human health and the environment, and that the same communities, almost always Black, Brown, Indigenous, and under-resourced communities, continue to bear the brunt of these devastating impacts because the one way that they are not under-resourced is in dirty, polluting, cancer-causing, endocrine-disrupting, neurotoxin-creating, particulate matter-spewing, highly subsidized infrastructure that puts money in the pockets of the incineration, fossil fuel, plastics, and chemical industry, many of whom seem to be testifying right before me, and robs the surrounding communities, as well as the rest of us, of our chance at a healthy future and a livable planet. That is the backdrop against which every decision about combustor regulations must be made. It's EPA's responsibility to the people, the environment, and not to industry to ensure that limitations are more than sufficient to protect them. I know many of my incredible colleagues and comrades have already testified about these issues, but I also want to underline how critical it is for EPA to further strengthen the pollution limits by requiring continuous emissions monitoring for all regulated pollutants, keeping continuous emissions monitoring systems optional for most pollutants, as you have been doing, gives facilities an out on monitoring, and they are all taking it. We have known for ages that industry's primary goal is maximizing profit, which is incompatible in their business models with even complying with existing requirements, let alone choosing to undertake voluntary actions. Countries around the world require incinerators to continuously monitor even more pollutants than we're talking about, including VOCs, NOx, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrochloric acid, and more, all of which are dangerous to human health and the environment. And multiple day average measurements are just another way for industry to hide their pollution. We also need EPA to go beyond the maximum achievable control technology floors for pollutants, including lead, cadmium, dioxins, mercury, particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide. They're all highly harmful to human health. State permits are already requiring low levels in many instances, so EPA should at least follow suit, but at best do better. EPA should use the Clean Air Act Section 129 authority to address the unregulated and very dangerous carcinogenic forever chemical pollutants like PFAS. At a bare minimum, your final should require monitoring. Also, while talking about Section 129, it is absolutely critical that process and gasification continue to be regulated under this section, as they have been and always will be forms of incineration, not manufacturing, as industry continues to spend millions of dollars and thousands of hours arguing for. The name fire is literally in the name pyrolysis, so obviously incineration. Once again, the fact that industry is expending so many resources to argue out of regulating pyrolysis and gasification is a clear indicator that these processes are not clean, safe, non-toxic operations. EPA should be requiring organics and recycling diversion according to your scale, food scale, pre-combustion. Should require incinerators to separate materials because of dangerous toxins that are emitted. Let's skip forward as I'm running out of time. The Clean Air uniquely gives EPA the authority to set siting requirements to protect communities for new incinerator proposals. We urge to exercise this authority to protect communities, most often Black, Indigenous, and financially and ecologically overburdened communities facing these threats over and over. In particular, we urge you to comply with the required government-to-government consultations with Native nations for these proposals. If President Biden wants to wear the mantle of environmental justice, it is past time for his administration, in this case through the EPA, to strengthen these MWC regulations and to continue to monitor and update them in compliance with the time requirements and in consultation with impacted communities. People are dying and communities in the environment are being irreparably harmed every single day. We don't have any more time to waste. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Roth, we would also encourage you to submit your written comments in the written form to the docket as well. Thank you. Our next two speakers are Chloe Desir and Andrea Luna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. Good evening or afternoon, wherever y'all are at. My name is Chloe Desir, spelled CHLOE-DESIR. I live in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and work in Newark, New Jersey, which is the home base of Covanta, which is our largest garbage incinerator in the state. And I am also an environmental justice organizer with Ironbound Community Corporation. I'm here today to urge you to take the long-awaited regulatory action to protect my community, as well as every community that has been represented here tonight throughout the country. For a very long time, municipal waste incinerators have been exposing our communities across the nation to unnecessary risks and far dirtier air than we deserve. We're relieved to hear that this agency is finally taking action to improve the oversight of waste incinerators. And I'm also hopeful that the proposed rule will provide overburdened communities like Newark and Elizabeth, who deal with the brunt of so many things, such as 3 gas-fired power plants that commit lots of emissions, and the incinerator as well, with the proposal of a 4th one. I definitely want to commend you guys for the strength that this has and the potential that it has to make these amazing changes. And while this is a good start, I definitely want to urge you guys to strengthen this rule with additional improvements. One of the main things that I want to emphasize is requiring pre-combustion controls for incinerators, meaning that incinerators should be required to separate materials prior to combustion. Sorting out, the plastics and materials that emit heavy metals and other pollutants when burned would significantly reduce the emissions that they give off. Additionally, EPA's own food waste scale discourages incineration when organic waste can be more beneficially diverted to composting and recycling facilities. To not include pre-combustion controls is a missed opportunity to properly deal with our waste stream. And not to mention, we also had to deal with Covanta having a fire not too long ago because one of their belts had broken. And that is one of the main reasons why we want to have these types of solutions brought into effect. And not to mention as well, I want us to be wary not to turn a blind eye to bad actions and how imperative it is to hold corporations accountable and speak on the turmoil that they brought to the lungs and health of the overburdened communities that they set up shop in on the account of how much they donated. I think it's even more important to ask ourselves why this particular company, the specific franchised incinerator business in a dirty industry, has asked representatives to advocate for them in a hearing speaking on strengthening the regulations of emissions that have proven to be detriment to the environment and community members that have suffered because of them. None of these people speaking on behalf of Covanta are attesting to the environmental attributes of their community because there are none. Incinerators or any waste management with limited lifespans as little as 30 years like Covanta is not an alternative to landfills. And I don't believe in choosing whatever we consider is the lesser of two evils, but actually considering real solutions. The same way that Covanta wants to give the illusion that they're giving back, when in reality, they're slowly killing us. We can pour our minds into uplifting methods that give back, such as composting our waste, as half of our waste is food waste that gets burned in Covanta, and gain energy from things like offshore wind and solar energy. And thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Andrea Luna.
Hi, my name is Andrea Luna, Andrea, last name Luna. I'm currently on Tonva Gabrielino land, also known or commonly known as Los Angeles. I come here to represent Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. And most importantly, I'm here to urge you all to take action to protect my community, other communities like mine, but also your community. It took 36 years for the Southeast Resource Facility, also known as SURF. It's a waste incinerator located in Long Beach, California, to shut down. And it just shut down a couple of days ago on January 31st. This didn't happen willingly. They didn't want to shut down because they wanted to. It shut down because California ended the waste to energy diversion credits. And so during this time frame of operation, the communities and the environment, they were impacted very harmfully. There was constant emissions from harmful pollutants, toxic ash that included nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, lead, etc. SURF processed around 500,000 tons of waste annually and 150,000 tons of toxic ash. All of these pollutants were released above the permitted level, and SURF failed to take accountability for the excess emissions. The State Air Quality Agency didn't issue any notices of violations for these ongoing exceedances. A lot of the impacts that people experienced were cancer, asthma attacks. A lot of these pollutants are alternating our DNA. This is impacting reproductive health, neurological development, and other bodily system functions, right? And so I think it's important, based on what other folks had mentioned, that most of the incinerators in the US are located in low income or communities of color. And so this is This is why it's important for the EPA to adopt a strong enforceable rule that requires incinerators to end their daily emissions. And I know I want to acknowledge that the EPA is finally taking action to improve oversight of waste incinerators, but we really need stronger proposed rules. And we need this until incinerators shut down. But until then, it's very vital that the EPA require, I'm gonna agree that we need pre-combustion controls for incinerators. We really need, until incinerators exist, we really need to separate materials. Chloe touched upon this. We need them to remove plastics. We need them, organics specifically. I want to say all of that could be diverted into composting. In California specifically, we had SB 1833, which is now requires the state of California to divert all the organics into composting. And so this year, we're going to finally see how that rolls out, right? But I really, really want to emphasize that incinerators, no matter how advanced they are, they're always going to release numerous pollutants that are going to contaminate our air, our water, our soil, our public health, and our families. And I say our families because pollutants don't understand borders. They may be concentrated in one area, but it impacts us all. And so the EPA plays a vital role in protecting our communities and communities where incinerators are currently existing. And I believe we waited too long for this, around 2 decades for these protections. So I really trust that until incinerators still exist in the USA, that you all will come in with strong protections to protect us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. At this time, there are no additional currently registered speakers in the public hearing. For those joining us on Zoom, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand or send a chat to attendee support. If you are watching the hearing on YouTube and are interested in speaking, please email our registration team, and that email address is under the video screen and on our website. For the next 15 minutes, we will take a short break, and we will come back in 15 minutes at 6:42 p.m. to see if we have any new or other registered attendees to speak in the room. We will return in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, well, thank you all for your patience while we took a short break. We were returning now to complete the session 3 of today's public hearing, and we do have a few more speakers who have registered and are in attendance. Our first speakers returning from break will be Ashley Guardado and Vanessa Thomas. Ashley, when you're ready, please go ahead and open your microphone and camera, and we'll be ready to hear your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So good evening. My name is Ashley Guardado. I work with the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, but today I'm speaking out as a child born and raised in Chester, Pennsylvania, and wanting to support and amplify the needs of not only my family, but residents of Chester that are all impacted by municipal waste. And so, you know, I would like to speak about how concerned Chester citizens, allies, and my family for 3 generations over, included, have been in this fight for decades. Because that timeline has made me pretty weary as to whether or not the EPA and other regulatory bodies are really hearing the message of the people. And I'm growing more weary all the time about all that is dismissed in the name of business and so-called progress. So we're meeting today to discuss air pollution standards for large municipal waste combustors, which we know include the Covanta incinerator in Chester, which is the largest operating trash incinerator in the US. And so if we're going to talk about air pollution standards, I want to uplift what my community is sharing with you here today and to reiterate that yes, we believe the EPA should and must set limits on emissions on tons per year rather than on a concentration basis to further protect Chester residents. We are here to say that this is not the time to weaken proposed limits, and we are demanding that we set requirements for new pollutants that aren't already regulated like PFAS. And the EPA should set limits, pollution limits, but at the very least, they should require the monitoring for the PFAS. And so I also want to say that we're demanding protections from new incinerator proposals, and new proposals are happening all the time, but the Clear Air Act provides the EPA the authority to do just that. So I want to encourage you to lean on the Clean Air Act as it was intended. And lastly, I want to be clear that the EPA is required to revisit the adequacy of these pollution standards every 5 years. And it's my understanding that that has not been done since 2006. So that regulatory mandate is literally over a decade overdue. And so I ask myself genuinely, what is the reason for that? And what I know and what other people on this call have shared is that these waste sites are almost always built in low income and people of color neighborhoods. And Chester has been deeply impacted by that environmental racism. And so I just want everyone to think about and put real people to every fact that you hear today, that Covanta is, and every person responsible for enabling their bad business practices to continue. I just want everyone to think about why certain lungs are more important than others, why certain air in this country is more sacred than other people's air, other communities' air. I want to think about why it's okay for over 30% of Chester residents' children to have asthma, and in most cases, quite severely. And I want folks to think about kids like myself or my little sister who's been on a nebulizer since she was 6 months old, why we would allow something like that to happen. Why is that acceptable? And so I am also encouraging folks to start prioritizing what is most precious, what is important to us. And if the EPA carries on with business as usual and ignores the pleas of an entire community, I can only assume that profit over people is what is determined to be most important. And I really want to believe that that is not the case. I really want to believe that the EPA is going to do everything within their authority that they can and to listen to what Chester residents are saying here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Thomas.
Hello, hopefully everyone can see and hear me okay? Yes, we can. Wonderful. Hello and good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. My name is Vanessa Thomas, spelled VANESSA I'm an environmental justice organizer with Ironbound Community Corporation. I'm also a community member. I live in the Ironbound neighborhood of Newark, New Jersey. I live just under 4 miles from the Covanta Essex incinerator. I'm here today to urge you to take long-awaited action to protect my community and communities across the nation that are impacted by incineration. For the longest time, incinerators placed deliberately in Black and Brown and low-income communities like mine have been exposing communities to unnecessary risk and dirty air. It's honestly horrifying to think that incinerators like Covanta Essex can rack up hundreds of air permit violations and the only consequence is something like a fine. Meanwhile, the consequence for communities that site incinerators like Newark is our asthma rate being 3 times the national average. It's consequences like pollutants, hydrogen chloride, nitrous oxide, and particulate matter that we breathe every day, contributing to chronic disease and cancer. The bottom line for incinerators like Covanta is profit, and that profit comes at the expense of our community. It comes at the expense of our well-being and safety. It comes at the expense of poisoning our lungs and our bodies. But don't get me wrong, we're glad that the EPA is taking this action to improve waste incinerator oversight. This proposed rule is a chance to finally provide overburdened communities with air quality improvements. While the proposed major reductions and exemption aspects of the proposed rule are a great start, we urge the EPA to go beyond the maximum achievable control technology floors for pollutants like dioxins, particulate matter, and sulfur dioxide that are extremely harmful to human health. Some incinerators are already emitting lower than established limits under their state permits, which demonstrates that it is possible, and therefore the EPA should lower the emission limits for these pollutants. The EPA really plays a vital role in protecting our communities from incinerators' toxic emissions. And so we urge you to really get this rule right with strong protections that our communities have been waiting for nearly 2 decades. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Your panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next 2 speakers are Nyake Eakins and Kentria Barber Mount. Nyake, if you are ready, please go ahead and unmute and begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Thank you for having me. My name is Naki Eakins. Let me spell that Niaki. Last name Eakins, Eakins. And I currently live around the Plymouth location. That's right outside of Philadelphia. And I do a lot of work throughout Montgomery County that includes volunteering. And I see in the community relations manager, Brittany, and some other team members volunteering alongside me. They even helped me donate some old clothing to another charity that didn't end up in the trash. One thing about this particular company, Covanta, is I know they don't mind reaching out to anyone to help them. It doesn't matter who you are. They also help out in the Norristown Hospitality Center. If you don't know what that is, it's a day shelter where people can come get meals. They have case managers. They can take a shower, get their mail while they're homeless. And I agree on some of these studies on air quality, but no one can say that Covanta is not doing their best to be one with the community, and also trying to help have a conversation with people who don't agree, and also with their time in industry to help gain some understanding. I'll say that that they are trying, and I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Panelists, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kentria Barber Mount.
Hi, good evening. This is Kentira Babor. That's Kintira, and last name is Barbour. And I'm a third generation Baltimorean. I'm also president of the Mount Clair Community Council. We are a nonprofit community advocacy organization. We're located in Southwest Baltimore. We've tried to tackle the challenges of illegal dumping, issues, and waste management in our community for years. We've been extremely unsuccessful, but over 5 years ago, we did partner with Wind Waste Innovations. And for the first time in decades, we started to see a positive change in our neighborhood. In the past, we would see extreme dumping of large items like furniture items from evictions, cleanouts, construction debris, even hazardous material. Our local government here, with the Waste Management Agency, they were so overwhelmed that it could take weeks, sometimes even months, to clean up this dumping. There were even times that our requests would go completely unanswered. Wind Waste provided the resources that we needed to address this challenge. They supplied the community with dumpsters, hosted frequent community cleanups, and the most important part of this partnership was the education component. They educated us on, had conversations about environmentally friendly practices, and that's not common in neighborhoods like mine. They also educated us in details about how the facility actually works, especially when we shared concerns about the challenges and dangers that their facility may have in our city. They invited us out to the facility, informed us about how the technology and the science works in their daily operations. They helped us convert vacant lots that were used for illegal dumping into beautiful green spaces, community gardens. They also helped us address negative behaviors that were detrimental to the environment, helped us improve our overall quality of life by providing us with tools, resources that encourage us to take more ownership and pride of the cleanliness in our community by composting, disposing of waste properly. And I understand that the EPA is required by Federal Clean Air Act to complete a robust scientific study before it formalizes new air quality standards. And it's considering. As a resident of the city of Baltimore and a neighbor of the Wind Waste Baltimore facility, I ask that you complete that study. I've seen the data that demonstrates the facility's emissions have ineligible impact on the city's air quality, and now Baltimore is one of the cleanest facilities in the world. Considering the challenges that the city has with keeping up with the trash, I would rather see Baltimore invest more in the resources of trash pickup, waste reduction programs, and more renovations to the waste energy plant. Making the plants in the cities invest potentially unnecessary controls is wasteful, and that could lead to more landfilling. Without waste energy, Baltimore taxpayers will spend about $100 million to expand the city's landfill and build waste transfer stations. So much more of our trash can be hauled to the tractor trailers, trains outside of state landfills. I'm requesting that you please follow the law. Please complete the residual risk review.
the Clean Air Act requires before placing an undue burden on Baltimore taxpayers, and give us the scientific tools so that we can make the best decision for our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very much. This concludes today's hearing. The hearing chair will now adjourn the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pete South, and I am the Associate Division Director in the Sector Policies and Programs Division of EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards at EPA. I have been the chair of the evening session for today's hearing. We have no additional speakers, so we will close the session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed standards of performance for the new stationary source and emission guidelines for existing sources regarding large municipal waste combustors. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through March 25th, 2024. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.